The agent texts that she's running 5 minutes late. The bubble pops up, then the 3 dots, then, "See you soon." I stand in the dim hallway with the key ring she gave me earlier in my pocket, the metal warm from my hand. The wall sconce hums. The light is the kind that looks yellow even when it's new. The building smells like old soap and someone's fried onions and a thin note of bleach, like the hallway was just mopped and the water didn't dry all the way. I check the number on the door for the 3rd time. 4C. The peephole has a chip in it like a fingernail slice. The wood around the latch is new where they patched it, a square of shiny finish on a dull door. I hear a television through the wall to the left. A laugh track rises and falls. It sounds like a blunt thing hitting a dull place. My phone screen glows on and off as the auto brightness fights the hallway light. 718. The elevator at the end of the hall opens and closes for no one. It's an old car with a folding gate. It breathes when it moves, a slow intake and a slow release. I don't feel like standing out here anymore. Someone tried the stairwell door behind me and then decided not to push. The metal rattled and then quieted. The agent said, "I'll text you when I'm in the lobby." She said, "You can wait inside if you want. The keys are for the bottom lock, not the top." She sent a little smiley face like this was all easy. I try the knob just to see. It turns. The latch falls back with a low click. The top chain is already unhooked, left to swing forward and back like a slow metronome when I push the door. In the thin space, air slips out. It smells like cold, like plaster and dust and the last thing cooked on a pan that wasn't washed right. And it smells like fresh smoke. The door opens without any effort. Someone left the living room window cracked for air. The thin metal casement frame has a crooked jaw, and the wind owns it. It ticks a little each time a new draft slides in. On the windowsill, a cigarette is still smoldering, the paper curling up at the edge, the ash holding its shape like a little tower that knows it will collapse but is too proud to do it in front of me. The smoke ribbon rises and then disappears. It's so faint. "Hello?" I call. I put my hand on the wall and find the switch and flip it. The overhead light is too bright in the kind of way that shows the missing. There are pale rectangles where pictures used to hang, a long shadow on the floor where a rug protected the wood and then was rolled up and taken away. The room is empty but for a folding chair near the window and a water stain on the ceiling that looks like a map of somewhere I don't know. I step in and listen. The hallway behind me gives back every sound late. My shoe on the floor, my breath. The door is heavier from the inside. It closes behind me before I think to keep it open with my foot. The latch clicks once, then once again like a throat clearing. "Hello?" I say again, quieter. I don't want to be quiet. I don't want to be loud. I want the voice of the person who smoked that cigarette to answer and say, "Oh, sorry, I was just checking the radiator." Or "I'm from maintenance. I'll be out of your way." Nobody answers. The wind moves a pale curtain that was pinned back and has come loose. I walk to the window and look out. The fire escape runs up and down in a black straight ladder. It's on our side, facing a narrow courtyard. There's another building right there, almost too close to be legal, with windows that mirror ours. Someone across has set plants on their sill to make it look like the window is less sad. The street noise reaches in without the shape of words. A siren grows and then is gone. The cigarette on the sill looks like it belongs to a person who barely stepped away. It's a cheap brand. The butt is cork-colored, not white. There's a smear of lipstick on the filter the color of dried blood. I don't like that I notice that. I don't like that my brain tries to make it a face. I watch it burn down a little more and then wonder if I should put it out. I don't know the rules for a place that isn't mine, when the person who is late might belong here more than me. I take it between 2 fingers and it is still warm. I press it against the cold metal of the radiator grill until it smothers and leaves a faint ring that I wipe with my sleeve and then wish I hadn't. Because now, I've put myself in the scene. I sniff and taste ash. I look at my fingertips. A small smear of gray that would tell someone I was here if they looked closely. I put my hand in my pocket and take a breath I try to make quiet. The living room is not large, but the corners are dark, like the light from the overhead misses them on purpose. There's a second door that leads to what should be a bedroom. It stands half open. Inside is more dark. There's a long closet door like a mouth with a tongue of shadow. I check my phone. The agent has not texted again. The last bubble sits there white and innocent. Running 5 minutes late. I text back, I'm inside 4C. Door was open. The dots appear and disappear. Nothing comes through. The signal bars are fine. I can hear the elevator breathe. I can hear the television laugh through the wall again, as if the neighbor is watching the same moment over and over. Across the living room, on the low wall that separates the living space from the kitchen, there is a little shelf with a cluster of screws and the heads of matchsticks, a little pile of gray like tiny bones. Someone cut the heads off the matches and saved them. The thought comes to me like a thing that doesn't belong in this moment. A person did that here, and their hands were the last hands to touch those bits of sulfur. They did it for a reason. I say, maintenance? It comes out wrong. It has a question mark that makes me sound unsure of my own mouth. I walk past the cigarette, past the folding chair, and step into the kitchen. The kitchen is narrow and smells faintly of lemon dusting spray and of old grease. The counter is the old kind with metal trim that makes a squeak when you run a finger along it. The cabinets are the kind they painted over and over so many times they're swollen. The stove sits an inch from the wall, and the gap behind is filled with crumbs and an unreadable ballpoint pen without a cap. Something shines down low behind the stove. It is a small mirror, round, not bigger than my palm, wedged between the gas line and the wall, facing the wall. It looks like someone tucked it there like a secret. I kneel and reach and wiggle it out. The dust comes with it in a single gray ribbon. I turn it over. My face looks back, slightly warped, my eyes too close together, then normal as I tilt it. When I put it at chest level and look over my shoulder with the reflection, the living room sits behind me like a set. The folding chair, the curtain moving. For a second, the reflection shakes like the mirror is breathing. My mouth in the mirror opens half a second after my mouth does in the room. I hold my own gaze like I could steady both of us. My hand hurts from holding the mirror, like it is heavier than it is. I put it gently on the counter face down and wipe my hand on my jeans and tell myself that the glass just spent a long time by a cold wall. That's all. I tell myself that mirrors do that. I tell myself that all the movies I watched at 13 have moved into my head like a tenant who pays no rent. There is a drawer by the sink that sticks. I pull it and it comes halfway and then fights. I jiggle and lift and it releases with a groan that sounds like a voice too far away to matter. Inside there are a few things I recognize. An Allen wrench, a key that looks like it belongs to a locker or a mailbox, a pencil shaved down so short you could lose it in a crack, a stack of index cards rubber banded together. I take the index cards and the rubber band breaks in my hand with the sad little snap of old rubber. The cards spill like a slow waterfall. Some are blank. Some have writing. The handwriting is small and neat. The first card says in shaky block letters, "To whoever shows this place, please leave the window open a little." It gets worse when the air stays. I smile because it's absurd, and then I don't smile anymore because I can hear my own breath. The second card says, "If you hear the footsteps, stand still until they stop. Do not ask who. Do not answer if it asks you anything." The third card, "At night the clock skips 9:17. Do not go in the hallway when it does. Do not look in the peephole. If you think you have to open the door, count to 30 first. If you finish counting and still feel like opening it, go ahead. I put the cards down because my hands are shaking a little and I don't want to bend the paper. I look at the clock on the opposite wall. It's an old plug-in clock with a beige face and black numbers. It's wrong, of course. It says 4 something when it's 7:21. It's not even plugged in. The fourth card says, "The mirror behind the stove helps. Do not turn it to face the room. Face the wall and ask it if anyone is with you." I pick the little round mirror up and do what the card says because I am someone who follows directions when they are this specific. I hold the mirror with the reflective side to the wall. The edge of the glass digs into my palm and I feel silly. I say, very softly because it feels like a thing you should not shout, "Is anyone with me?" The apartment is quiet like a thing with its mouth pressed shut. The curtain lifts and drops. The elevator in the hallway breathes. The laugh track through the wall laughs. Then the neighbor flips channels, and a commercial voice winds up and then falls. Behind the mirror, the wall is cool. After a long 10 seconds, there's a tick, like the mirror itself flexed. It could be the temperature difference. It could be nothing. My cheeks feel hot. I put the mirror down carefully with the silver side kissing the drywall and step away from it because I don't like the thought of it falling and breaking and the sound of that in this room. I hear something soft from the bedroom. A small shift of weight, a shoe on old boards, the sound a bed would make if there was a bed. But there is not, or I don't think there is. I haven't looked yet. The cigarette on the sill exhaled its last breath and died, but I smell new smoke anyway, sweet and old at the same time, like the ghost of a smoker standing in a line somewhere a long time ago. My phone vibrates in my pocket and I pull it out like it has a way to save me. On my screen is a new text from the agent. "Hey, so sorry, running 5 minutes late." It's the exact same string of words. Not similar. Exact. The timestamp says it came in just now. The one before has a timestamp too. They stack like 2 coins. I start a reply, then stop. I want to write, "You already said that." But maybe she's actually running 5 minutes late again. The city can do that to you over and over. Maybe she sent a lazy second text with the same words and didn't notice. I type, "I'm in unit." All good. The dots appear. They dance and then go away. No response. I walk to the bedroom door and stand in the opening. It smells different inside. The air is flat. The window in here is shut tight, paint sealed to paint. The radiator sings a little, a high line, the way metal cools and warms. There is no bed. There is a mark on the floor where a bed used to be, a dark rectangle where people slept when they lived here. Against the far wall is a closet with 2 doors, bifold, off the track. Someone taped a laminate sheet to one of the slats. It reads, in block letters, "Quiet hours, 9 p.m., 8 a.m. The tape is peeling. I step in and my hearing changes. The apartment sound is behind me. It's a thick, soft quiet that has weight. It feels like I put a blanket over my head. The closet doors are slightly open. Inside is a strip of carpet, old and low, and a row of hangers, 3 of them the cheap metal kind from dry cleaners, 1 of them wood, heavy and smooth if you touched it. There's a small empty shoebox in the back left corner with a coupon from a pizza place folded inside it. The closet is deeper than it should be. Or maybe it's a trick of the light. The dark pulls back and I can't see the back wall clearly. I stretch my arm in with my phone flashlight on and the beam gets swallowed by the slats. I smell smoke here stronger. I smell something else too, like old rain trapped in wool. "Hello?" I say again, less as a question and more as an attempt to leave my voice someplace it can't sit in me. The closet gives me back my breath like a person leaning close. Something ticks in the living room again. Not the mirror. A different sound. The hall, maybe. The sound you hear when someone stops walking and stands still. My shoulders lift without my permission. I say, "Is someone in there?" I keep my eyes on the dark inside the closet. In the space between the second and third slat at my eye level, the dark moves like a shape leaned back then forward like a person deciding whether to speak. A trick. I know it's a trick. I step back anyway. The bifold doors whisper together and then drift apart. The wood hanger swings a little, then stops. The break in the paint on the door jamb looks like a fingernail mark. I am a person who doesn't spook easy. That sentence floats up and sounds like someone else made it. My phone is bright again in my hand. A new text. Almost there. 5 minutes. I look at the time and my stomach does a small, dumb flip. 7:17. The index card mentions that number. It was about a house clock, but numbers are numbers, and now the wrong thing is wearing the right shoes. I tell myself to stop. I tell myself, this is an old building. It makes sounds. People leave weird notes. Everybody becomes a poet when they are lonely. I tell myself, the agent is late, yes, but maybe she's dealing with a key drop or a parking spot or a call with another client who talks too long. The laugh track through the wall laughs again, exactly as it did before. I step out of the bedroom and the air in the living room feels thinner, like I stepped out of an elevator and didn't notice it moved. The cigarette is a short, dead worm on the sill. The window breathes. Something scrapes faintly against the fire escape outside. Not hard. A soft shoe. The sound it would make if a person stood there and shifted their weight 1 foot to another. I walk to the window and look through the slit of dark between the curtain and the wall and try to do it in a way that doesn't announce to whatever is outside that I'm doing it. The fire escape is there, mundane and rusted. The paint flakes like fish scales. The landing is empty. There's a smear on the outside of the glass where a hand could have rested. It could be a leaf shadow glued there by grease. It could be anything. I unlatch and push the window open a hair more so I can lean to see down. The iron sings low as breath. The metal steps below are black and empty. The air outside is a little colder than it was 10 minutes ago. The smell of smoke slides past my face again, and it comes from inside, not out. Behind me, the front door clicks like pressure on the other side. The chain moves 1 link. Someone in the hall stops right at our door or near it and stands. You can hear that through old wood. The silence includes someone else. I hold very still. The index card comes back like a friend I didn't like until they helped me move. If you hear the footsteps, stand still until they stop. My body understands this rule. My bones understand it better than my brain. A soft knock. Not on the front door. On the living room wall, 2 feet above the floor. It's the sound of knuckles on plaster, kind and patient. Another knock answers from the other side, too low for me to place. I don't move. My left hand goes numb for a second, like it wants to forget it is attached. A text chimes, "Agent, I'm in the lobby. Elevator says it's coming up. Be there in 5. Me, the door isn't locked. Agent, don't go in without me." I look around at the couchless room like this place could witness the lie. I type, "Too late. I'm inside." The dots appear, pause, reappear. Agent, "Okay, stand by. Don't open for anyone, not me. I'll knock and say your name." I don't remember telling her my name. Didn't we do that on the call? Of course we did. Of course I emailed. My name is on the application. It is everywhere now. The elevator breathes in the hall. The hall has a voice you know if you stood in enough old buildings. It complains and then forgives. A footstep. 2. Someone in heels. Not too high. The reasonable pair. The steps stop outside the door. Something is wrong with the scale. It sounds like the person is standing closer than the thickness of the door. It sounds like they are standing where the door furnishes space when it opens. There is a breath that doesn't belong to me. It fogs the air by the chain for less than a second. A key touches metal, not mine. The top lock has no key. The bottom slides, but it is already slid. The knob turns. The door shivers. The chain lifts and falls like a throat. The person on the other side does not knock. They stand. The peephole is there, a black button. The index card told me not to use it. Say my name, I say, because I want the rule the agent gave me to mean something. I say it louder. Say my name if you're the agent. Silence. A soft scuff like Crocs, not heels. The tiniest movement of air in the crack, cold on my fingers. The hairs on my wrist stand up like a row of animals sniffing the wind. The text buzzes with a cheerful chirp like this is an ordinary evening. Here now. I look at the time. 7:21. 4 minutes passed and it felt like 1. Or 10. The text is plain. No exclamation point, no emoji. I am both grateful and offended. I type, knock and say my name. 3 little dots. They go away. No knock. Behind me, the cigarette smoke thickens and then thins like a person walking past. I take my hand from the chain because I don't want it to lift by anyone else's plan. I step back into the room 2 paces and then, because I hate the feeling of my back exposed to the kitchen, I turn so I can see both the door and the bedroom. I'm not in the center of the room. I am off where the 2 lines of sight join. The mirror behind the stove should show me if anything moves in the doorway, but it faces the wall where I left it because the card told me to. My throat clicks when I swallow. The metal radiator sings and stops. That high note rings in the air after it leaves the way a word can. Inside the bedroom, the closet door swings half and stops and swings back. It's the movement of someone standing in it and breathing. I could go slide the doors closed and push a chair in front of them, except there is no chair, and that is not the right move anyway. Closing doors in bad rooms is like a dare you throw that comes back. The little round mirror clicks against the plaster. I didn't touch it. I feel the click in my teeth. It's the same click from before, but it is closer now, like the sound learned my name and wants another try at it. On the kitchen counter next to the index cards, there is a small black book I didn't see before. I think I didn't see it because I was looking at the cards and the mirror and the way the light makes dust show up. But it also feels true that it wasn't there. It is a pocket calendar, the kind real estate agents give away, the stiff kind with gold letters. There is a logo of a lighthouse and the year printed in a font like the year won't end. The year is 4 years ago. I pick it up and the cover sticks to the counter a little like something wet held it down for a second. Inside, the pages are filled with tidy writing. The appointments are simple. Rendezvous. Plumber Wednesday 10. Take keys downstairs. The last month filled in is November. On the 13th, there's a line, 917 skips. On the side, in red, leave window. Underlined twice. On the next page, a line runs diagonally across both days. Do not be in the bath if you are alone. I don't like the list quality of the fear here. I don't like that it is practical. That means it came from someone who dealt with this a long time. We give advice for what we have learned to live with. The front door knocks once. There is no voice. The knock is the right kind of knock knuckles, not palm, not the back. The knock is practiced. It makes me want to open the door, and I don't. I type into my phone, "What's my name?" The dots appear and then the text comes. Come on, not my name. I shake my head. I feel stupid because that's who I am when I play games with people who don't play back. The laugh track laughs a last time and doesn't return. The neighbor turns off the TV or pulls the plug because the laugh stops in the middle of the sound and doesn't slide down like normal. Out on the fire escape, the metal sighs under a little weight. It comes from below, a step or two down. The shadow that sits on the stair shifts like it doesn't like windows that are all the way closed or all the way open. Only the ones that have a place just big enough for a cigarette to breathe. I move to the window and pin the curtain with my fingers and look again down, careful, angled, like I've practiced this on buses and behind corners and in a street where you don't look hard so you don't show it. The step is empty. The trick is it will always look empty. The metal shines where it was touched by something that left a thin oil. My own face in the glass is small and stubborn and cannot help me. Behind me a whisper. It's not my name. It's not words I know. It is a breath shaped around a thought like an old person telling a story in a language no one in the room speaks. But everyone thinks they can catch a piece of it if the mouth moves slow enough. The whisper is behind my left ear. It is close enough that I can feel the moisture in it, though at the same time I know I could turn and there would be no one there who could make breath. I do not turn. I am older than my fear wants me to be. I wait like the card told me. The whisper stops. The shape in the window moves wrong, like the reflection stayed and my head turned. The front door shakes. It is a soft shake, not a bang. A test, like someone wants to know if they can come in without waking anyone. I think about the chain and how easy it is to break the wood around it if you push. I think about the mark in the jamb. I think about the patch around the lock. I think how many times they patched this. The elevator breathes. It opens. It closes. The hallway light hums. My phone chimes again. Agent, I'm so sorry running 5 minutes late. The same words. The same cheerful forget. The same moment looped in this place. The timestamp says the right now again, but I don't trust now anymore. The bedroom lets out a breath that is a sound. The closet moves. It is a small shiver, but it carries. I take one step toward it because I am not going to let a closet be the thing that decides who I am. Inside, against the back wall, there is a shadow of a second door. It is not a door, but the drywall is not flush. It bulges, a thin swelling like a healed bruise. If I press my fingers against it, it will give. I don't. My hand is cold even though the radiator is near. There is a little strip of light at the base of the bulge. A breath of light like someone struck a match behind the wall and held it up in a cupped hand and moved it away again. Hello? I say to the wall, believing this is the most reasonable thing to say in this situation. I'm here with the agent. We're going to go. The wall answers with a movement like someone leaned their head against it from the other side, and the cheap construction allowed the notion of a skull against plaster to travel into this air. It is tender, and it is wrong how tender it is. I step back and bump the door with my shoulder. It makes a sound like a person clearing their throat in a church. The thread of smoke coming from the living room retraces my path. I go back to the kitchen, not because the kitchen is safer, but because the cards are there, and if I am going to take a rule from anyone, I will take it from paper. I flip through the rest, fast now because my hands don't want to be still. A card near the bottom, written in a different hand, slanted, rushed. I can't make it stop. It doesn't stop after 9 unless I leave something open for it. It hates closed. It hates without. It hates empty. It hates. Another card, in neat hand again. The agent knows. She told me the window was to make the place feel aired out. That was why she keeps them open. She doesn't live here. She leaves. Another. If you take the keys, check the back of the envelope. There is a number. If you need to, call. They said they would answer any hour, but they didn't. I turn the key ring in my palm. The paper tag has the address in 4C printed, and the back is blank. My phone is heavy. I could look up the company's emergency line, or I could stand here and listen to the thing that wants me to listen. Footsteps in the hall again. You hear them when you live in buildings. They are always somewhere close and always belong to someone you will never know. These stop outside, then start again, then stop. There is a small scuff as a shoe heel turns. There is a whisper of clothing. This person whistles without letting the sound out. I can feel the whistle in my own teeth, a sympathetic ring. The door knock takes a new shape. It is a quick pattern I recognize from the movies. 3 knocks, 2, 3. It is polite and insistent. It says, "You are rude if you do not open for me." I type the text I need to type, say my name and tell me the color of the hallway light. The reply is instant, yellow. That proves nothing because the sconce light is a dull yellow, like all hallway lights in all buildings older than 10 years. I add, say my name. The dots. I hold my breath and count. 1, 2, 3. The dots don't become a word. The phone goes dark like it is tired of my face. Something soft touches the back of my hand. It is not a hand. It is not air. It is like walking through a cobweb, except it has weight, and it grieves. I yank my hand away with a small sound I don't own. I am done in a way that is not brave or coward. I am done because I am human and I am making a boundary, even if no one else respects it. I go to the window because the card told me to leave it open, and I think, if this room is a lung, I will let it breathe. I push the frame as high as it goes. The metal complains. The cold air comes in. It pushes at the curtain, and the curtain floats like it is underwater. Behind me, the closet door in the bedroom slaps once as if it breathed out and hid itself to keep from saying something. The front door knob turns all the way and then stops because the chain is there to give it a rule. There is a sigh I could have made, except I didn't. I stand by the window and slow my breaths to match the curtain. In, out. The smell of smoke thins. The sound of the hallway steps recedes. The elevator breathes a little freer. My phone lights with a new text. I'm downstairs. I got here and realized I gave you the wrong keys. Don't go in. I stare. The timestamp is from 20 minutes ago. It just now came through. My throat compacts. The key in my pocket presses my leg. It is the right key because it turned and the door opened, but it is also not the key she meant if she meant anything at all. If she is a real person and not a system of messages a company sends until you believe it is a person. There is another text underneath it that I didn't see, sent 2 minutes after the first. The last tenant left the windows open. If they're closed, crack them. Sorry for the guidance on the fly. I text back, in unit, window open, don't come. I almost add please and then delete it because it makes me feel like I'm asking permission from something not her. I pocket my phone and walk to the front door. I unhook the chain slow so it doesn't bite the track. I open the door 2 inches, 3, and look into the hall. It is empty. The sconce hums. The elevator door is closed. The carpet runner is a thin strip with a darker line down the center where feet made it a road. Hello? I say, and my voice goes down the hall and comes back smaller. The door wants to close. All doors in this building want to close. That is their nature. I hold it and feel it pull like a dog. On the threshold, there is a gray smear where someone put a foot down and dragged the side of their shoe to stop the door from closing one day. It is a single mark, then a little asterisk where the sand and the rubber wore off. The mark points toward the stairs, not the elevator. Behind me, inside the apartment, soft footsteps move from the bedroom to the kitchen and then stop where I am without crossing the invisible line that separates in from out. A presence finds edges and respects them the way you respect a fence you know shocked you once, even if you can't see the wire. I take 1 step into the hallway, then another, because the air is easier out here, but I do not let the door close behind me. I face the opening and the shadow inside. The curtain lifts and falls. The closet door leans against itself. The little mirror faces the wall the way I left it, faithful. Something begins to write itself on the inside of the window on the living room, a trick of condensation. Letters form and then distort because the curtain brushes them. It looks like a loop and a long line. It could be an A. It could be an O turning into something else. It could be nothing. I know better than to try to read words written in steam. They always say what you don't want to hear. I hear a set of steps on the stairs, and then the face of a woman appears around the corner, flushed, hair down. She's holding a folder and a tote bag and a bottle of seltzer. She's the woman from the photo on the realty site. Her eyes go at once to the door and then to me. "You went in," she says, and then catches herself and makes her face kinder. "I'm sorry for the delay. The boss called. It is there, isn't it?" I say, "Is what there?" Because I am the kind of person who buys the first lie to see if the second one is worth more. She looks past me into the room for a long breath that has too many small parts in it for one human sigh. "The feeling," she says. "Some people call it that. Some people give it a name. It's not the building. It's this unit. But it's okay." She reaches up to the top of the door and touches the frame like it's a pet, and it will sit. "It doesn't leave," she says. "You told me not to go in," I say. "I tried to wait." She nods, serious like I did a brave thing I didn't. "You did fine," she says. "They always go in." "The cigarette?" She stops, and then continues like she is talking past a thing and making a speech we both already heard. "I don't smoke," she says. "I found that," I say, and now the memory of holding it is uncomfortable inside my fingers again. I wipe them on my jeans a second time. That does not change what happened. We stand in the threshold, me in the hall, her with one foot inside and one out. It feels like the door wants neither of us to make up its mind. "Leave it open," she says. "We do showings like this for this unit. It moves around, it likes air. Once we shut the window and the person viewing opened the front door and someone came in who wasn't there. It's more of a habit now. Tenants kept doing it. I started doing it. Then I put it in my notes." She lifts the folder like there is proof inside that you can fold. "This is real," I say. "And I don't mean the presence or the smoke or the notes. I mean her. I mean me. I mean the building. But the words reach for more on their way out." "It is real enough," she says. She gives the door a friendly tap with the back of her knuckles. "You can look. We won't be long. Walk through. Don't shut anything. If you get the feeling you should leave, leave. That feeling is not wrong." She says it like a kindness. She says it like the building gave her this speech and told her to pass it down. "I'll be right here." I nod. I turn back into the apartment and feel the air adjust to me like a shirt I put back on. The rooms look the same, except they do not. The distance from the living room to the bedroom is longer. The kitchen counter is closer. The little mirror is not where I left it. It is on its face in the middle of the counter, like someone slid it there and left it. The index cards are stacked neat with the rubber band around them again, not broken. The cigarette is gone from the sill. A whisper moves past my ear again, and I think, it is saying something. And then I think, it does not matter what it says. It is not a language I can fix. A handprint appears on the inside of the bedroom window in the thin film of cold, palm out, fingers spread, and then fades. I walk to the bedroom closet and move the door fully open so that whatever is behind the bulge can see the air, and the air can see it. The light doesn't go in any better. The feeling of a head against the wall doesn't stop. It doesn't start in a new place either. It just is. The agent coughs quietly in the hall, a presence of her own. "So," she says, voice not fully steady, "do you want it?" The question is absurd. The question is sane. The rent is affordable. The light is not bad if you like gray. The radiator sings in a voice I could learn. It is a place. The fear is a room that will come with me if I take this one or another one, because that is what fear does. But this fear has papers with rules, and the window is already open. "I don't know," I say. "That's the only true thing I have." She nods again, like she is someone who reads all answers as reasonable. "I can hold it 2 days," she says. "After that, we have someone else who says they want it. They all say that. It is cheap, because it is cheap. We're supposed to disclose. So." She wraps the tote's strap tighter around her wrist, and her knuckles go white and then pink. I stand in the room and let the quiet be heavy and do not try to fix it with noise. I look at the place where the last bed slept. I think about the index cards and the calendar and the little mirror. I think about the front door and the chain and the patch around the lock. I think about my own apartment and how the window there sticks in the summer and breathes too much in the winter, and how sometimes in the middle of the night I already wake to the sound of footsteps that stop outside my door and are not for me. "Can I take the cards?" I ask without meaning to. The agent's eyebrows lift and then lower. "They're not ours," she says, which is the kind of answer that kicks the ball of responsibility into your court and makes you a person who has to decide. I pick up the stack, and this time the rubber band doesn't snap. It holds. The top card says, "If you take these, put them back when you go." I put them down again because I am in the habit of obeying instructions written by someone who had a reason to write them. The agent watches me and says nothing. I like her for that. A wind kicks in the courtyard, and the living room curtain lifts from the glass and shows me the letters again in the thin condensation. It is an O, then a U, then a second O if you squint. Then the curve dries and the rest won't show. It could be anything. It could want. It could warning. It could nothing. We stand there. The agent isn't in any hurry to make me decide. The building isn't in any hurry to exhale. The night changes outside as if someone moved a light across the city. Across the courtyard, a person waters their plants, and the water runs down the pot and drips off the rim and then is gone before it hits the iron because the air catches it. I put my hand on the window frame and feel the metal cold. I look at the fire escape and the way it holds the idea of a person when there is no person there. I look at the front door and how it would look if I closed it and locked it and slid the chain and then sat down and waited for my new life to begin. In the end, I don't take the measuring tape out of my bag. I don't pace the room to see where a couch would go. I don't check the outlets to find the good one. I don't turn on the bathroom tap to see if it runs brown and then clears. I stand and listen and learn the shape of silence in this place. It is not the same as other places. That is good. That is bad. It is honest. "I'll let you know," I say at last. My voice is quiet, like I am trying not to wake something. The agent nods. "Leave the window," she says, like you would say, "Leave the door unlocked for the dog walker. We'll secure it later." She has decided to say secure instead of close because she knows what closed means here. We step into the hall together. The door stays open behind us. We don't close it. We don't put the chain back on because the chain would make a lie and the air inside would dislike us for lying. The sconce hums. The elevator breathes. We walk toward it, and I don't look back until I do. In the living room, the curtain is still. The mirror on the counter is face down like a coin that doesn't want to be tossed. The closet door is open, and the shadow in it is the shape of a shirt you own that only fits you in photographs. The elevator opens. We step inside the small box that knows all the apartments in this building by heart. The gate closes and the car moves. The hall slips up. The agent stares at the numbers above the door and then at me and says, almost cheerful, "You get used to it." "I don't want to," I say. She smiles at that, and it is real. "Me neither," she says. But I come back. The elevator lets us out in the lobby, which is an echo chamber for small sounds, and a magnifier for the smell of what people bring in from the street. The front door opens onto the city evening, and the air has a little rain in it that will turn into big rain after we get wherever we are going. Outside, I look up at the windows and think I can tell which one is 4C by the way the curtain now looks like a held breath. A wrong thought follows me out, the kind that arrives without manners. If you leave this, it will not leave you. If you take it, at least you will know what it is that knocks. At home, later, my hands smell faintly of smoke even after I wash them. I leave my own window open a little because my apartment already knows this habit. The hallway in my building is quiet, with a different kind of quiet. Around 11, someone walks through and stops at someone else's door and then goes away. At 1, a baby cries on 3. At 2, someone drags a suitcase like a soft animal. At 3:11, my phone face lights, just the face, no alert, and goes dark again. That means nothing. Everything means nothing until it means something. I set the phone on the table and sit on my couch and listen to my rooms breathe. And then I hear another breath shape itself between mine and the next one, and it is not my building's air, and it is a voice that doesn't know the language I speak, and it says something I almost understand. I think I hear it say, "Leave it open." I think I hear it say my name. I think I hear it say nothing at all. I get up and go to the window and look at the sill. A cigarette butt sits there, fresh smoldering, ash proud, a slim ribbon of smoke twisting. I do not smoke. I do not own matches. The window was open a little when I walked in hours ago. I did that. I did not light any fire. The street below is empty. The fire escape on my building is on the other side. I have no fire escape. There is nowhere for anyone to stand. The glass shows me the city lights and my own face, and behind me, the thin shape of a person standing by my bathroom door. Quiet and real as a rule written down long before I got here. And when I turn to look, the cigarette on the sill burns down a breath, and the door in my own home clicks, soft and easy, like it has been waiting for me to come back and write down my rules. The lobby is half a room and half a construction site. It smells like paint that hasn't dried and wet concrete that will never dry. Plastic sheeting hangs from the ceiling like cheap curtains for a bad play. When the front door opens and closes on its slow hinge, the plastic snaps and rattles in the draft, then falls still again like it is catching its breath. The security desk sits in the middle of this like a small island. The chair is empty when I walk in. There's a note. Back in 5. No name. The radios sit in a row on their chargers like sleeping animals that dream out loud. They hiss and pop, a low whisper of far-off voices that never finish a sentence. I set my bag on the floor behind the desk and lean on the counter. The freight elevator indicator over the service doors glows a dull orange, a rotten egg color. The numbers climb one by one and then pause and then climb again. The panel on the desk that logs elevator calls shows nothing. No hall calls, no car calls, no anything. The building is supposed to be empty after 9 for the renovation at night. It is 10:20. The freight is moving anyway. I hear steps, the heavy sound of steel-toed boots on an unfinished floor. Not close. Not far. The steps come down the service corridor behind the plastic, just out of view, and then stop at the place where the sheeting turns a corner. I watch the edge of the plastic like it has a face and a mouth. Nothing pulls it. Nothing moves it. Just the draft from the door when the night outside pushes in and then lets go. "Hello?" I say. My voice feels wrong in here, like the space is too big for it and too small at the same time. The radios hiss and then quiet. I check the time. My phone says 10:21. The wall clock says 3-something because someone forgot to plug it back in after the painters moved the ladder. The screen on the building directory scrolls a list of tenants who are not here. Half the buttons are covered with tape that says temporarily relocated. The tape is already turning gray at the edges. I've been filling in nights for 3 weeks. My regular place is a clean lobby with a guard who tells jokes and a working coffee machine. This building called the office at 6 and asked for a body at the desk because their guy called out. It took me an hour to drive here and then a while to find parking. When I walked in, a man in a hard hat told me, "If no one is at the desk, you sit." He didn't look at me when he said it. He was talking to the air. He walked past me with his phone to his ear saying, Yeah, I'm on it." And then he was gone behind the plastic and the metal folding gate and the sign that says authorized personnel only. Now it is just me and the desk and the radios and the weight of the building around me. I slide the big binder toward me. It's a heavy thing with a broken spine and corners that bite. Inside is the logbook, the names of people who arrive and leave, the times they sign in when the day shift cares about that. The night pages are usually blank. Tonight there are a few lines in neat block letters. 8:10, fire watch did rounds. 9:02, south stair mag failed, door propped. 9:17, elevator inspection mode. Then in the margin, not in the neat hand, but in a small, quick script. If it crawls without a call, don't call it. Let it finish. Keep the lobby door open. I read that 3 times. The line feels like a rule you make for a toddler or a dog. It also feels like a rule you make for an ocean. The freight indicator ticks to 8, then 9. The car should stop at 9. The building is 12 floors and a roof. The work tonight is on 9. A man in a vest told me that while he checked his list. He said, "Freight for 9. Don't send it to the lobby unless we call you." I look at the desk phone. Its line is quiet. The light that says freight call is dark. The panel that should show a lit button for car on its way shows nothing. Still, the indicator above the doors keeps moving, slow and steady, like someone put a finger to it that I cannot see. It reaches 11, then 12. It pauses long enough that I think, okay, now it will stop. It doesn't. The wrong part of the panel lights. R for roof. Then down again. 12, 11, 10. Crawling. No call logged. The radios hiss. One of them picks up a voice, a man's voice with too much air in it, like he is walking fast and talking close to the mic. "Copy, copy," it says. Then nothing. Then the same word again, thinner, like words written in pencil on paper that got wet. Copy. I lean closer. I pick up the radio in the first charger and hold it. The weight is familiar. It's the same kind we use everywhere. The battery pack feels warm. The channel knob is set to 3. The display reads, Site OPS. I press the button and say, Lobby, copy. My voice comes back to me from somewhere far away, not through the radio in my hand, but through another on the table. Lobby, copy. The second radio isn't plugged in. It has no battery. The little screen is dead. It still says my words like they got in there before the power died and are trying to find their way out. I put the radio down. The steel-toed steps return, and this time they are closer. They stop again at the edge of sight. I don't see any shadow through the plastic. The sheet is too dirty. Its surface is a cheap white that shows every hand that's brushed it since they hung it a month ago. I step around the desk and the plastic lifts a little in the breeze from me moving and then falls. The air behind it is darker than the lobby, a long service corridor with a bad light at the far end. The corridor leads to the freight doors and a metal double door to the mechanical rooms. The double door has a push bar polished by hands that belong to people who know this building's bones. Those people are not here now. Hello, I say again. My voice finds no one. I have a flashlight. It's in my bag. I should take it out. I don't. A small feeling says no, not yet. It's the feeling you get at the top of a ladder when you know you should step down, but your feet want to stay and pretend you live on roofs. I go back to the chair and sit. The cushion is warm. I think it is warm from the work lights, but the work lights are not close enough. The chair feels like someone was here and stood up when I walked in. The note on the desk says, "Back in 5." It has been more than 5. The freight indicator slows. The numbers crawl to 6, then to 5. It pauses at 4. Something heavy bumps inside the shaft, a deep, soft boom. The radios hiss as if they are trying to laugh and can't remember how. The plastic lifts and falls again in the draft. A sign on a stand near the door says, "Pardon our dust." A line of orange cones guard nothing in particular. A woman pushes in through the main doors and looks taken apart by the cold. Her hair is down and wet at the ends. She wears a thick sweater with paint on the sleeve like everything else in this place. She sees the empty desk and then sees me and looks relieved. "Oh, thank God," she says. "I thought no one was here. I left my keys upstairs. 9. Can you send it?" I half stand. Her name tag is the kind you write at a meeting with a marker. It says, Maria, in very round letters. "Are you with the contractor?" I ask. That is the question they told me to ask. She shakes her head. "Tenant. We got moved down to 6 during the day. I went up to grab something and left my keys. They're in my jacket up there. I need to go back up." The freight indicator jumps to 9 again, and then falls to 3. It isn't ready to decide what floor it wants. "Do you have your badge?" I ask, because this is the only comfort I can offer. A small rule. She holds up a plastic card on a lanyard that says, "Building access" in blue. I nod. I tell her, they don't want me sending the freight unless they call for it. She glances at the service doors like she might go pull them open with her hands. The doors are sealed at the edges with blue tape and dust. She says, "I'll go up the stairs." The sign says the stairs are closed, I say, and we both look at the "stairs closed" sign, which someone moved against the wall and stepped on by accident. It's broken in the middle like a snapped bone. "Okay," she says. Her breath makes a small cloud. "Okay? The front elevator?" "Shut off," I say. The lights that show ready above the main elevator are dark. "They left one open during the day," I say, "but it dumps out on 6 until they finish, and then you need a guy to take you past the cover and through the mop bucket maze, and he went home." She makes a small face. She's tired, and now I'm a wall. I hate being a wall. "I can walk you up to 6, I say. "You can get the temp key from the day desk. They said the night guard has it, but the night guard is not here, and I'm not the night guard. I'm the fill-in." She nods. She pulls her sweater tighter. "It's fine," she says in a voice that means it's not fine. I can wait. We both wait. We watch the freight indicator like it is a weather report. It hits 1. The light that says arrived blinks. The freight doors do not open because they are behind the metal construction doors and the men who open them are not here. The radios all exhale at once and then fall quiet. The steel-toed steps come again. This time, they cross the service corridor and stop right behind the plastic, like a person who knows where you are wants to look at you without letting you look at them. The plastic bows into the lobby as if a hand pressed it from behind, just an inch, then out, then in again, like breathing. Maria looks at the plastic and then at me. "He's back there?" she asks. I don't like that she says he. I want to ask who she thinks he is. I say, "I think the crew went up." She pulls her hair behind her ear. Her hand shakes just enough that I see it. "There's nobody up there," she says. "It was quiet. I checked. I took the elevator, and they told me not to get out on 9, but I did anyway, because it was open, and it was dark, and I could see my jacket on the chair through the glass where they taped the boards. I put my hand in and grabbed it, and that's when the door shut and the elevator took me down to 6. And then it sat. It sat for a long time, like it had to think, like it was deciding. Then the doors opened, and the maintenance guy said, 'Ma'am.' And I said, 'Sorry.' And he rolled his eyes. And now I'm back. It wasn't safe to go back. He said, 'Don't.' And then he vanished. He said he'd walk me to the lot, and then the stair door closed, and I was here. The freight indicator ticks to 2, then back to 1, then to B. The building has one basement. The panel reads B. The light that says "Door Open" flickers and dies. A radio in the middle rack coughs up a different voice. A woman this time, sharp, businesslike. "Lobby, copy?" she says. "Copy," I say. "Lobby. Leave the door," the voice says. "Don't close it. I'm running 5 minutes behind. If he asks you anything, don't answer." "Who?" I ask. Static. The radio wheezes, and then the radio that isn't plugged in says my name. It says it in a tone I don't use, as if my name is a joke I told someone and am tired of hearing. I put my hand on the radios and feel the plastic cases hum. Maria steps back like she wants a wall behind her that isn't me. She bumps into the rope stanchion that blocks the direct path to the elevator. The rope swings once. "Is there another entrance?" she asks. "Is there a back?" "There is a loading dock," I say, not looking away from the plastic. "It's sealed tonight. The freight is the only way." The freight indicator starts to climb again. 1, 2, 3. The numbers are too slow to mean a call. A call is fast. A call is the weight of a hand on a button, and then the motor pulling. This is not that. This is the car wandering. I feel the weird idea that it is sniffing its way around the building, learning or remembering the path of its own shaft. Something hits the other side of the plastic, not hard, but with enough weight to make the sheet shudder and lift. A paper cup that was sitting on the floor by the service door skitters. The broom that leans against the wall tips and falls and claps the tile like one hand clapping. The air moves across my face and smells like pennies and wet cardboard and the inside of a pipe. Maria says, "I'm going to wait outside." It is not a question. She tucks her chin and moves toward the front door, but stops to look back. "You coming?" "I have to stay here," I say. It is the truth, and it is also a lie. I could walk out and wait a minute and come back when I believe in lobbies again. I don't. She nods. She says, "Okay," and pushes the door with her shoulder like the last person, and slides out into the night, leaving the door to whisper closed behind her. Alone, the lobby acts like a room that is glad to have one less human. The heater in the ceiling clicks. The bulb inside the exit sign hums, and then hums a tone higher like a person clearing their throat. The plastic lifts and falls again. The radios decide they want to have a conversation with each other but can't find a topic, and only hiss and breathe like sleepers. The logbook looks at me. I flip to the back. There are extra sheets tucked in, things someone slid under the table because they didn't want to see them every day. The top sheet is a photocopy of a memo with a stamp at the top. Building notice. It says, during the renovation, freight elevator will be in inspection mode after hours. Please coordinate with site supervisor for all moves. It does not say anything about the indicator moving alone. Someone has underlined the words after hours 3 times and written behind them in pencil. It doesn't like to stop at 9. Let it pass. There is a smaller note in a different hand, written on a ripped piece of cardboard from the back of a legal pad. It says, if the radios call your name, don't answer with your name. Ask them who they're trying to reach. If they say your name back, put the radio face down and do not move until you stop hearing the steps. As soon as I read that, the steps start again. They are not coming down the service corridor now. They are going the other way, away from the desk toward the double doors with the push bar. They get softer and turn a corner I can't see, and then they return, louder on the way back, like they went to check if the door was still there, and then forgot what they were supposed to do, and came back to ask me. They stop just out of view again. A pause that knows it is a pause. A patience that has had practice. I watch the plastic. It moves a little to the left and a little to the right, like the person behind it can't decide which foot to put forward next. The top edge snaps where the tape holds. The tape flap sticks out like a torn fingernail. Without thinking, I say, let me know if you need me to call it. My mouth is dry. I swallow and it sounds like someone opening a small door in a quiet house. I can call the freight, I add. I don't know who I'm talking to. The radios say nothing. The freight indicator slides from 4 back to 3 and then up to 5 as if to say, I heard you. The desk phone lights up. The little red light that means a call blinks. The display says EXT9119. I press the button. Lobby, I say, because that is what you say. A breath. The line is open. I hear air that doesn't belong to this room. Then a click. Then a woman's voice that could be Maria if Maria had learned my voice and was trying it on. I'm at the door, the voice says. It's stuck. Open for me? I look at the front door. It is closed but not stuck. The bar glows faint green under the exit sign. I can push it open with 2 fingers. There is no one on the other side that I can see through the glass. The sidewalk is empty except for the black bundles that are garbage waiting for morning. The streetlight makes everything look like it is underwater. Damp halos around everything that isn't moving. Everything isn't moving. How do I open it for you? I ask the phone. I don't say a name. The line goes quiet. I can hear breathing for a second, then the dial tone, and then silence again. The freight indicator jumps to 8, pauses, then bleeds back down to 7. I write in the logbook because there is nothing else to do. 10:37, call from 9119. No one at door. Freight crawling. The radios hiss, and then a new voice says, key box, and then says it again like it is trying to cough a word out of a throat. Key box, it says, and then a third time, softer, like a practice. I look under the desk. There is a key box, a bolted metal thing with a combination dial, not the kind you open with your own key. The day guard will have the combo. The sticky note on it says, do not open. The sticky note has greasy fingerprints on it. Not happening, I say to the empty room. My voice goes nowhere. The freight doors shudder behind the plastic. I hear the sound of doors opening inside them, the flat thump of rubber seals on metal, the slow rub of metal on metal. Then the sound stops. Doors open and then close again for no reason. I watch the indicator as if it can translate. It can't. It only knows numbers. It slows at 6. It sits on 6. It sits long enough for the radios to get bored. It sits long enough that I shift in my chair and the seat groans. The steel-toed steps come past the plastic. This time I see a shadow, just the suggestion of a shape moving behind the white, the difference between one darkness and another. My chest tightens in a slow, stupid way, like I am trying to say the name of someone I know and can't think of it. I stand without meaning to. I step around the edge of the desk. The plastic bows toward me like it is trying to taste me. "Can I help you?" I say softly. I feel how silly that sounds. The words are wrong and right. They are the only words you can say from behind a counter in any lobby. The shadow stays where it is. The boots scrape. A steel toe taps once, twice. The sound goes down my spine like a list of accidents I almost had. The radios say my name. They say it so clearly that my jaw moves like it will answer without me. I put my hand flat on the desk, palm down, nails in the wood, to keep the part of me that wants to be polite from doing anything polite. "Who are you trying to reach?" I say to the radios. My voice shakes, but the words come out in order. The radios wait. The indicator on the freight doesn't move. The plastic lifts and falls. "Who are you trying to reach?" I say again. There's a breath, then a click, and then a voice that could be me if I had a sinus cold and a small fear lodged in my throat says, "Lobby, copy." "Copy," I say, because that is the script. My mouth is dry as paper. "Who are you trying to reach?" The radio says my name again, and then another voice comes over the top, loud and flat, and says, "Don't." The second voice has the snake of the city in it, the long S. It says, "Don't." And then the channel turns to static, like everyone in there stepped back at once. The freight indicator bleeds to 5. I realize I've been counting. The seconds between the steps, between the breaths, between the blinks of the small red light on the phone that means a message waiting. There is always a message waiting. The doors to the freight breathe again. They are supposed to be behind the metal construction doors, but I hear them like they are just one layer away from where I am. I feel the air change. The plastic moves without wind. It moves because there is a big space on the other side that just got smaller when a door shut somewhere else. Someone coughs. It is a real cough, not in the radio. It comes from behind the plastic, but up high, like a person on the landing above the floor, like a person standing on top of the elevator car. That picture arrives in my mind like it never had any other place to go. I see a man in a hard hat crouched on a dark car lit by his own headlamp, and a work light that swings. He is holding a cigarette between his teeth and coughing smoke into the shaft. He taps the ash into the dark. The ash falls past me and lands on the polished floor in front of the desk and is a little ring of gray. I know I will bend to wipe, because that is what you do when you work at a place where everything is someone else's problem until it is yours. I look down. There is a small ring of gray ash on the floor. I take a napkin from the coffee station because no one took the coffee away when they took the chairs. I bend and wipe the ash. It leaves a smear. Something like a match head rolls into the line between two tiles and disappears. The napkin smells like cigarettes now, old, the kind of smell that lives in coats. I throw the napkin into the small trash under the desk. The radios breathe. "Hey!" A voice from the front door. The day guy from one of the offices, a young person I see sometimes when I do day shifts, stands there with a tote bag and a thin coat and eyes wide. "Is it open? Can I get my laptop? I forgot." "The building is closed," I start, and then stop saying the sentence because I don't believe in rules right this second. The person sees my face and lifts their hands like, "Hey, don't shoot, I'm asking." They are already backing away, already deciding to come back in the morning. "Never mind," they say with a thin laugh that sounds like a string pulled too tight. "I'll survive." They leave the door to close by itself because the door does that. You don't have to help a door like that. It knows its job. I realize I'm holding my breath and make myself breathe. The exhale is heavy. It fogs the cold spot that lives in this lobby no matter what the thermostat says. The freight moves from 5 to 4. The movement is too slow to be a normal car. It is the slow of a person who wants you to know they could hurry but don't feel like it. I sit again. I write in the log. 10:46, person came for laptop, denied, plastic moving, steps within, freight at 4, no call. I draw a little square around the words steps within because I want to remember where they go in the sentence. The phone light blinks twice fast. I think, okay, now. I press the button. Lobby. The voice on the other end is a man with no patience and a problem he's trying to give to me. We need the dock, he says. 10 minutes. Open. We got a delivery running late. Pallets. No lift gate. Can you... You have the wrong number, I say, because I need to keep some part of the world normal. The dock is on a different line. Put me through then, he says. As if I could move my hand and connect him to a place where this building hasn't been cut into pieces by plastic and tape. I say, I can't. The desk is offline. The dock is off. The building is closed. The person at the other end breathes once like he's going to argue and then doesn't. The line clicks. The dial tone comes through the little speaker in a flat, dumb way, pure and blank like a fish. I hang up. I sit. I listen. The freight indicator goes to 3, then to 2. It stops there for a long breath. I count to 30 without thinking, and the numbers mean nothing. They're just a rope my mind holds while the rest of me leans over a dark fence to see what's moving in the yard. The plastic lifts like a person put their hands under it and raised it. The bottom edge shows 2 inches of the concrete floor on the other side. A pair of boots steps into that space and stops. They are black with a dull toe. They are the kind men wear when they do not want their feet hurt by falling things. The boots stand with the toes pointing toward the lobby, heels on the other side, like the person inside them has decided whether to come through and hasn't told the boots yet. I stand. My knees are careful and make a small sound. Stay on your side, I say. The words are small and stupid, and I don't care. The lobby is closed. The boots don't answer. The radios do the little inhale they do before someone speaks and then exhale like nobody had anything worth saying. The elevator indicator slides to 1. The light that says arrived blinks. Okay, I say to the empty desk because I have to talk to somebody. Okay. I walk around the counter. I step to the plastic. I raise my hand. I don't touch it. If I touch it, I will know a temperature or a texture that I don't want to know. I keep my fingers an inch away. My hand trembles in the cold. The boots stay. The plastic bows once toward me, and one of the boots scrapes back like a man adjusting his stance, and that small domestic sound is worse than any bang. Do you need the freight? I ask. I can send it if you need it. The freight doors behind the plastic clack. The sound is the sound of a hand flat on metal. The indicator goes dark, then lights again at 1, then dark. A voice speaks into my ear. I say into my ear because that is where I feel it. It is not in the radio. It is not in the room. It is between my head and my head. It says, quietly, with a kindness that scares me more than an order, don't call it. I step back. I put my hands on the desk. I set my face in a shape that says, sure. Okay. I'm a person who listens to things that speak in my head. I am. Tonight, I am. I'm tired and I don't want to know what happens if I don't. A small laugh comes from the other side of the plastic. Not cruel, just a laugh like someone told a second-rate joke at the end of a long day. The boots shift. The plastic falls again. A spackle bucket tips over on the other side and rolls in a lazy circle before it settles with its handle pointing toward me. Hey! A voice says behind me at the front doors. I turn and expect to see Maria. It's not Maria. It's the night super. I know him because he has that look. He is wearing a canvas jacket that knows too many stairwells and a key ring that could anchor a boat. His face is tired and sharp. He nods at me with his chin, not his eyes, and says, "You the fill-in?" "Yes," I say, and my voice comes out too honest, like a small confession. "The desk was empty." He nods again. He drops his key ring on the desk with a thunk heavy enough to feel in the bones of the wood. He looks at the freight indicator. He looks at the plastic. He looks at the radios lined up like they are having a bad night, which they are. "He been around?" he asks me like he is asking if a shop cat has been fed. "Yes," I say, and I am surprised at myself for saying yes. It's the right answer, and it is also ridiculous to hear it come out of my mouth. He doesn't look surprised. He scratches his cheek with the end of a pen. "Okay," he says. "Leave him. Don't send the car. If he wants it, he'll take it." "Why?" I ask, because if I don't ask why to him, I will ask why to the dark, and the dark is a poor teacher. The super shrugs one shoulder. "He likes to walk," he says. He says it like he's told the story before, and it comes down to that. A person who liked the long way. "It's fine," he says. "You go off at 11? 12, I say. I don't know if that is true. The office told me midnight. The note said 5 minutes. The clocks say 3. Time here does not seem to want to sit still." He nods. "I'll be upstairs," he says. He looks at the plastic, and then at me. "Don't answer if he calls you over," he says. "He'll talk in your voice. He thinks that's funny." "He did," I say, "with the radio." He grimaces. The face he makes is not fear. It is a man who is annoyed at a leaking pipe. He picks up a radio from the charger, the dead one, and drops it in the trash. "Don't leave the door closed," he says, and points at the front. "Leave it open a crack. He doesn't like closed." "You wrote that in the book," I say, because I need a person to own the handwriting. He blinks at me, and then his mouth does a small smile that makes him look like a kid for a second. "Nah," he says. "That's her." "Her?" "The day girl," he says. "She writes everything down. She used to work at a hotel. They write everything. She says it keeps paper between her and the thing." I say it gives him something to read. He grins, then loses the grin, then frowns, then shrugs. "It doesn't matter," he says. He can't leave. People say that like it matters. It's still not great. He taps the plastic with the pen, gentle, like tapping a fish tank when the sign tells you not to. The plastic doesn't move. He slides along it, chooses a spot, then slips behind the sheeting without looking back at me. His jacket vanishes into the white. The radios sigh. The freight indicator forgets what number it wanted and goes blank for a second, then comes back and chooses 2. The phone blinks. I don't answer it. I watch the plastic for the shape of a man. I see the boots move once more and then turn away like the person inside them lost interest. They make a sound in the hall that is like rain in a metal gutter. Around 11, Maria returns. She stands at the door and lifts her hand. I buzz her in because I can still do small, helpful things. She has her jacket now. She is smiling in a way that shows nothing is funny. "He walked me to the lot," she says. "The super. He didn't say anything. He just walked like I was a package." "Did you get your keys?" I ask. It is the simple question. She holds up her hand and rattles them like a wind chime. "He got them from the site office," she says. "He didn't go to 9. "Good," I say. It is a word that can mean everything and nothing. "Do you need me to walk you out again?" I hear how it sounds, like I am asking to leave my post. I am. I won't. She shakes her head. "I'm good," she says. She looks at the plastic. "He's not in there," she says, and I don't ask who the he is because we are past pretending he is a person we can call by a name. "He's in the stair," she adds, and when she says that, the staircase door at the other end of the lobby opens and then closes without anyone coming through. The breath from that door is cold and has the smell of wet wool. Maria laughs her small laugh again that doesn't fix anything. Do you still want the job? She asks, like we are two women in line somewhere and she can be honest for 1 second and then we'll go back to work. I don't know, I say. It's the truth that covers all the other truths. She goes out. The door shuts. The plastic lifts. The radios breathe. The freight decides to stay on one for a while and let me think I did something right by not calling it. From 11 to midnight, time goes the way time is supposed to go. I write down 2 more small things. 11:13, someone rattled front door and left. 11:41, super behind plastic, coughing. Each time I write coughing, my hand wants to write laughing. I don't let it. At 11:57, the radios come alive all at once. Every single one finds a voice and speaks all over the others. It is a storm of sound. None of the words make sense. Some of them are names. Some of them are sounds people make while they think. One of them is my name, said like a bell struck in another room. The freight indicator goes dark and then bright, and then shows a letter I haven't seen on it before. S. I have no idea what S is. Service, silence, stopped, the number return, 1, then 0, which is not a floor, then R. The room seems to stretch and then shrink like it is breathing wrong. I lift my hand. I put it down. I wait. The footsteps begin again. They come along the plastic, then past the edge and stop at the corner of my desk, just out of sight. I can feel the air move in that way our skin understands before our eyes do. The voice behind my left ear with the soft kindness says, "Don't." "Okay," I say, to the plastic, to the radios, to the idea of a man who liked to walk. "Okay." My heart ticks. The desk light flickers. The heater coughs into a high ring and lets go. Midnight. I should go. The replacement isn't here. The binder says the shift ends only when someone else sits. That is the ugliest rule at all the desks in all the lobbies in all the buildings. You stay until a body sits in your chair. The chair is still mine. The plastic flaps a little like applause for a bad joke. I take my phone and text my supervisor, still here. Desk unmanned before, now manned by me. Freight crawling no call. He texts back immediately, which is not like him. He writes, "Running 5 minutes late." The text looks wrong on my screen. It looks like something I've seen already, written in a different room on a different night. I watch the 3 dots appear and disappear like a small animal. The radio's quiet. The freight says 1. The doors behind the plastic sigh as if they just made up their mind about something and regret it, but will do it anyway. The steel-toed boots take 1 step toward the lobby and stop. The voice behind my ear says nothing at all. When the replacement finally walks in, he's a kid, 20 maybe, with a hoodie under his uniform shirt because the office doesn't give out warm coats. He looks tired and confident in the way of someone who has been told nothing and thus thinks he can handle everything. He sees the plastic and the empty chair that is not empty, and the radios and the indicator and my face. He says, "Rough night, like we are friends." "Leave the front door a little open," I tell him. "Don't call the freight. Let it finish." He makes a face like he doesn't like rules that don't explain themselves. He nods anyway. He puts his bag down like he means to stay. "Listen for the steps," I add, because I can't help it. If they stop just out of view, stand still until they move again. If the radio says your name, ask who they need. If it says your name again, put the radio down and wait. If someone coughs, don't say "bless you." Don't say anything. Don't look for the person. He looks at me with eyes that are trying to decide if I am hazing him. He half smiles. "You're messing with me," he says. "I'm not," I say. and I don't have a way to prove that. The proof is a smell and a sound and a long set of minutes in a room with plastic. I pick up my bag. I slide my notebook in with the binder and leave it because I don't want to take any part of this home in a pocket. "You good?" I ask him. He shrugs. "I guess," he says. Then, "What should I say if someone comes in and asks for the doc?" "Tell them to come back in the morning," I say. "Tell them nobody is here to sign for anything." He nods. He sits in the chair. He shifts. The cushion takes his shape. He picks up a radio and starts to turn the knob. Then he stops and puts it back down like he is listening to something that didn't come from outside him. He looks at me. "Did you hear that?" he asks. "Yes," I say. "What was it?" he asks. "It was the freight," I say. "Or the stairs, or the thing that walks and doesn't ride." I do not say he. I am tired of he. He seems so small for what this is. The kid nods like he has decided to put me on a shelf in his mind labeled, "People with the flu come back later." I don't mind. That shelf has room. I push the front door open an inch like the note said. The night comes in and pushes the smell of paint back into the rest of the building. The plastic lifts and falls. The radios take a breath. The freight indicator flickers as if it is thinking about a number and doesn't feel like sharing it yet. On the sidewalk, the cold is simple. It is not generous, but it is honest. The light is yellow and not enough. The street is half quiet, the way streets get when they don't know whether to sleep. The building hums behind me like a mouth closed on a word. I walk to the corner and stop and make myself look back because it is worse not to. The plastic is a white mouth and a gray face. The desk is a small island in a dirty sea. The freight's orange numbers glow as they start to climb again, slow, floor by floor, with no call logged anywhere that a human can see. The steel-toed steps start up too, a soft, deliberate rhythm that finds the edge of the lobby and then stops, as if the step itself is willing to wait me out. I stand there and listen, and even outside, with cold on my hands and the street in my nose, I hear the radios hiss and breathe, and I hear the thing that lives on the other side take one slow step and then another, and I do not turn around to go back in. Not tonight. Not yet. At home later, my hallway smells like heat and laundry, not paint and pipe. My own floor is clean and not polished like the lobbies with night shifts. My phone face lights at 3:11 and goes dark, and I think, that's just a time, the power saving. When I close my eyes, I see numbers crawling in orange in a dark, patient line. When I open them, the room is the same as always, but something in the corner of the room has learned to breathe with me. I leave my door on the chain and the window cracked 2 inches because the air here likes to move. In the quiet before sleep, I hear the smallest sound from the hall outside my apartment. The thing you hear in every building at some hour like a heartbeat. Footsteps that stop right out of view. I hold still. I count to 30. I don't say hello. I don't answer with my name. I wait until they pass, and then I fall asleep with the feeling that this is the rule now. In some places, you leave doors open a little, and in some places, you let elevators ride alone. And in most places, you stand still until the steps move again. And in the morning, the lobby will look like a lobby, and the plastic will be quiet, and the radios will hiss the way radios do, and if I go back, the freight indicator will be crawling floor by floor with no call logged, and someone's steel-toed steps will stop just out of view and wait to see what kind of person I am. The sun is still up, but it has that late-day burn that makes the air go gold and mean. Heat lives in the road. It climbs into my sleeves and under my collar. The asphalt is soft like a tired muscle. When I kneel, grit sticks to my knees and my palms, and the smell of hot rubber and oil and dust climbs into my mouth. My hazard lights strobe on the guardrail. The orange flashes jump and die, jump and die. They make a small clicking sound inside the car, the relay ticking in time like a metronome that hates my nerves. Traffic runs by like a river with metal teeth. Trucks throw wind that slaps my back. The guardrail hums when a semi goes past too close, and the silver metal shakes the sound through my bones. I keep my body tight to the shoulder line, but not too tight. Everyone says, if you have to stop, get out and stand behind the rail. But there's broken glass back there and weeds with burrs, and I don't trust the space behind the rail any more than the space next to it. It feels like the place where trash and old heat go to sit and whisper. I stand, then kneel. Then stand again, trying to find a way to move that doesn't make the sweat in my shirt feel like a second person. I open the trunk and pull the hard foam tray with the little jack, the iron wrench, and the thin spare tire with the mean warning stamped on it. Temporary use only, 50 mph max. The spare is dusty, the rubber gray instead of black. I knock my knuckles against it. It answers back with a hollow sound like a drum that never learned a song. I pull the flat off with a tiny grunt. It smells hot and sweet the way rubber smells when it dies. A piece of metal is stuck in the tread like a mean tooth. I pull it with the wrench, and the air has that last, sad sigh like a balloon. The hole is a clean mouth. I say something that would be a prayer if I believed in prayers on the side of the highway. It is just a sound. Cicadas scream in the weeds. The sound rises and falls like the ocean I can't see. The sun slants. It kills the shade. I slide the jack under the jacking point like I remember from the manual. I crank the little handle, the car rises, the jackneck laughs a dry, clicking laugh. Everything moves slow in this heat except the cars. The cars are quick and blind and mean. I reach for the lug nuts. They sit on the rim like little heads waiting for a hand to bless them. I put the iron on the first one and lean on it. It doesn't move. I put my foot on the bar and lean with my weight. The iron groans, and for a second I see in my mind the car slipping off the jack, the metal taking my hand, and my hand not wanting to give. I step off. I look up the road. No one I know is anywhere in sight. The nearest green sign shows an exit 2 miles ahead. It is a word and number that doesn't matter right now. A pickup with a contractor rack rushes by, and the driver honks twice, friendly but useless. A bottle in the ditch catches the light. A wink that isn't a person. I try the iron again. It moves a hair. The sound is a slow crack like someone stretching a back. I loosen the lug nut, then another, one at a time, cross-pattern like the instructions taught me when I looked at them years ago one boring afternoon and thought I'd never need them. My phone sits on the passenger seat with a map open. The dot shows me as a blue circle on the shoulder of a gray line. 2 bars of service fight the heat. The battery says 21%. A message from the roadside service app sits on the screen. Technician assigned. ETA 47 minutes. The line under it says, stay safe. Move away from traffic. If you feel unsafe at any time, call emergency services. A cheery robot voice with cheery robot words. The app thinks the world is a place where sentences and numbers make a plan you can believe. The jack complains and the car lifts. I pull the flat tire off and set it flat on the asphalt like an offering. The hub looks like a laugh without teeth. The rotor's a thin round thing and I don't want to breathe on it like a wrong word could bend it. I carry the spare from the trunk, both hands around the skinny waist of it, hold it like a tired child. I can feel the heat from the ground through the soles of my shoes. My knees make little black moons on my jeans. A car rolls into the shoulder behind me. No flashers, no headlights. The engine sound is a hush. It idles. It sits. I don't turn right away. It's a wrong thing, and my body knows it. My neck says don't. My ears try to tell my eyes without using words. The hazard lights click, click, click. The click is louder now, a beat tight to the drum of my heart. I put the spare on the hub and turn it until it falls into place with that little clunk that says the holes match the studs. I spin the first lug nut on by hand. It's not straight. I take it off, try again. My fingers shake just enough that the threads talk to me in a thin voice. Another truck goes by and the car rocks on the jack. My breath stops in my chest like somebody put a hand there and said, "Not yet." The jack holds, the car settles. The hazard lights keep time. The car behind me idles 2 breaths longer than is normal. It is a dark sedan, the kind that lives its life in rental lots and 24-hour garages and always needs a new wiper blade. The paint is a bad dark that doesn't show dust until you are close, and then all you see is dust. The windows are tinted a little darker than legal. There is a shape in the driver's seat. The shape is a person. The person does not move. The headlights are off. The parking lights are off. The only light is the low glow from the dash, a soft aquarium light that turns skin into the color of fish bellies. The face behind the glass is just a blank oval until my eyes pick out where the eyes are. Then I don't want to know. I feel the stare on the back of my head like a damp hand. I look at the spare and spin on the second lug nut. This one goes on smooth like it has a reason to be here. The person in the sedan leans forward a hair, or maybe my eyes do that thing where they make everything nearer. The engine revs a little and then drops to idle again. The car does not move. I tell myself it's a good person. It's someone who saw the hazard lights and pulled in to help and then decided I looked like I knew what I was doing and they didn't want to be creepy. I tell myself, they're waiting to see if I need help. There are 1,000 people who have done this for 1,000 strangers on the side of 100 roads. I believe that and do not believe that. The shape doesn't get out. The door doesn't open. The engine revs a little and then idles again, too smooth, too long. I look down the road. A 1/4 mile ahead, there's a roadside cross with plastic flowers tied to it. The flowers are sun-bleached sad. A little wind from the cars makes the ribbon move. It is proof that this place marks people. It is proof that a person is more than a person when they are remembered by a stick and a cross hammered into a ditch. The thought makes my skin feel too small. I lower my eyes and put the last 2 lug nuts on with my fingers. I take the iron and pull them snug, not tight. Cross-pattern star points. I hear my father's voice from a long time ago, back when all the instructions came from a person and not a screen. Star pattern. Don't over-tighten. Get it ground tight after. He didn't say this on a highway. He said it in a driveway with birds and a little radio that only played the game when the game was on. I want that driveway so hard I bite the inside of my cheek. Behind me, the sedan clicks, not the engine. The turn signal. The right signal blinks twice and stops. No light. Then the engine revs. A cat noise. And then still. I check the jack. The car sits on the spare now. I can lower it the rest of the way. I turn the jack handle and the neck sighs and the car kisses the ground. When it meets the ground, the sound is so small and kind I feel stupid for being scared. I slide the jack out and throw it into the trunk on the hard foam. Not careful. I tighten the lug nuts with more strength now, leaning into the iron, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, cross pattern. Tight, but not too tight. My hands shake only when I stop. While I move, they behave. "Hey," the sedan says. It doesn't. The driver speaks, but the word comes to me like the car said it. The voice is neither man nor woman from where I am. It has that road cough in it people get from sleeping with their AC too cold. "You need help?" I keep my face turned a little away. I can see them in the bumper shine. They are just a shape with a head, the head a little too still, the posture wrong like the seat is set too far back, and the neck has to reach to meet the wheel. The window is up. The voice sounds like it is talking through glass. Maybe the window's down a crack. Maybe the voice can reach through glass. I can't tell. I say, "I'm good, thanks." "You sure?" the voice says. The sound of a person who once learned how to smile and now uses the shape but not the feeling. "Hot out." "I'm okay," I say, and I am not okay. And I am also fine. I am a person on a road with a flat tire and a spare on and a tool in my hand. I am almost done. The hazard lights click, click, click. The The relay is a cricket trapped in the dash. The engine revs a little more, then drops. The sedan rolls a foot forward and stops. No brake light lights. The face behind the glass tips an inch like a curiosity. The car is too close now. It has crept into my air. I straighten and turn a hair more so I can see them with one eye and the work with the other. My heart is a little bird. It hits the inside of my ribs and says, "Let me out. Let me out." "You alone?" the voice asks. Everything in me tries to answer, and I put my teeth into the words and cut them. I force my voice through a smaller space. "I've got someone on the way," I say, which is true if time works like the app thinks. "I appreciate it." The voice pauses like it listened to the shape of the sentence and not the meaning. "The sedan idles and idles." The voice says, "Where are you headed?" The question is wrong. It is too big for a stranger to ask on a road. It is the question that opens a mouth you can't close again. I slide the iron back into the foam. I put the flat tire in the trunk. I lower the trunk and don't slam it. I pick up the hubcap and see my face in the cheap chrome like I am a fish in a bowl, mouth open. I set the cap in the trunk too. The trunk latch with the glow-in-the-dark handle makes a soft click like a throat. I don't answer the question. The sedan's engine revs again, and then the idle dies for a second and comes back like a heart that missed, and then found the beat again. It pulls forward half a car length so that the driver's window is next to my taillight. The window is up. The glass is a gray mirror. In it, I see the road and the fence and the sky lined with airplane lines and a ghost double of me, smaller. The head behind the glass is turned toward me. The skin of the face is not a shape I can name. It looks like a person who is seeing through me to some place behind me I can't turn to look without turning my back on them. A state truck passes. It has an amber light on the roof and a sticker on the door that says Courtesy Patrol. It goes by anyway because it is going the other way. The driver's head is turned to the left, to his lane, to his radio. I think he'll circle back. I think maybe. I think don't count on anybody. The thoughts are not cruel. They are a way to keep my hands moving. I walk around to the driver's door. I feel the eyes from the sedan on my back like a weight I have to carry to the handle. I open my door and put one knee on the seat to reach across for my water bottle and my phone. The inside of the car hits me with a second heat, the kind you make by being a person in a closed space with your fear and your breath. I take a swallow and water hits my chest like a stone and then is gone, the throat a dry road. I put the bottle down. I pick the phone up. 2 bars, 18%. The app says the technician is still 43 minutes away. The little car on the little map moved an inch. Another message from the roadside app pops up. Based on your location, this is a high-speed zone. Please stand behind the guardrail for safety. We will text when we arrive. If you feel unsafe, call 911. The button for call 911 is big and red. Pressing it will not change how far anyone is. I look in my side mirror. The sedan sits there, my makeshift companion, my ghost. I say, "Thanks for checking." I make my voice like a person who has a large dog in the back seat and a friend on the way and a good habit of saying no. The engine of the sedan grows a little throat. It says nothing. The click of my hazard lights is so loud in my head I think other people must hear it. I sit down in the driver's seat and leave the door open like a hand pushed against something heavy. I do not close it, because if I close it, the car will be a little room, and the sedan will be a little room, and both rooms will be moving, and neither will be safe. I put the keys in the ignition and turn to the first click. The dash lights say a car shape and an airbag shape and a gas pump shape. The gas is low, and that is one more thing that wants attention, and I cannot give it. The sedan rolls forward another foot without brake light or noise, like someone pushed it from behind. The front edge of its hood is next to my bumper. It is closer than the friendly. Its window is a dark mirror. The oval of a face behind the glass is the suggestion of a person, and also the suggestion of something that has practiced being a person. I think about how many people I have been. The person in my kitchen who picks up a plate. The person at my desk who answers a phone. The person in line who looks at the rack of gum and thinks, of course. The person on a road with a jack and a wrench and an old spare. It is all one person. The sedan sees the shape. It cannot see the weight. It leans in anyway. Where are you headed? The voice asks again. It uses the same shape of words in the same order with the same little lift at the end. It is not an echo, but it tried to be one. Home, I say. I hear myself say it and wish I hadn't. Not far, I add, because my mouth thinks that makes it safer, and I hate my mouth for speaking. The engine in the sedan revs, a small, steady climb of RPM, then a long hold. The car creeps another foot. The nose kisses the back corner of my bumper without sound. It is a touch like a breath on the hair behind my ear. The hazard light clicks. Trucks rush by. Somewhere behind us, an animal in the brush makes its last sound. I take my hand off the door and put it on the wheel. I put my right foot on the brake even though the car is not on. It is habit. If I turn the key, I can pull into traffic. That is what logic says. My left hand is on the shifter for no reason. My eyes do not leave the mirror. Do you want me to follow you? The voice asks. Make sure you get there? My stomach moves like it has a small fish in it. I look at the guardrail. The metal is scarred by 100,000 tires. Names are cut into it with knives and keys. Some are dates. Some are initials. One is a long line of hash marks, tallies in groups of 5 that go on past the point where the knife got dull. The ribbon on the cross down the way moves again and shows a name I can't read and the number of a day. The light is cruel. Everything is bright except the inside of the sedan. I hear gravel crunch from the ditch on the other side of the rail. A foot, then another. The sound lives next to the cicadas, in the same frequency. I tell myself it is a feral cat or a deer, and I tell myself a person could be there, and I tell myself it doesn't matter because what matters is the idling shape 5 feet back and 3 feet over, and my car and my hands and the way the road pulls time too fast and too slow. I'm okay, I say again. Thank you. I say it the way you say thank you to a person who hands you a flyer on the sidewalk and tries to talk you into a belief by getting you to say any words at all. The sedan is quiet for a long breath. I can hear the fan behind its grill, a soft whir. It should be louder in this heat. It should be a roar to keep the engine cool. It is not. The whole car hums like a person humming to get a child to sleep. Then the engine climbs from idle to a quick, thin rev. It holds there. The whole nose lifts a fraction like a dog thinking about a rabbit. The sedan rolls forward another inch and touches my bumper again. A small kiss. A signal that is not a signal. I turn the key. The engine in my car catches and then dies because the clutch isn't pressed. I press it. I turn the key again. The engine starts. It is too loud. It is the right loud. The hazard lights now fight with the dash lights. My hand shakes on the wheel. The air blowing through the vents smells like heat that sat and thought too long. I take a breath and take the wrong second to look to the left at the river of cars. A semi drags its brake and throws air and force. The way is not clear. I let the breath out. The sedan behind me nudges my bumper again, a pressure I can feel through the spine of the car, and then lets go. It is a hand on the small of my back. It is a hand that says, move. I check the side mirror again. The person behind the glass leans, and I think they are going to roll the window down, but the glass does not move. The angle of the head is wrong for the seat. It is a little too high, as if the person is not sitting but kneeling on the seat, leaning forward. I do not like thinking about the hands that go with that position, where they would be. I do not want to see hands. The clear space opens on the left. It is thin and fast. It is a place where a person can make a choice, and then the choice is a loud sound, and everything after is quiet. I turn the wheel out a hair. I flash my own turn signal because I believe in signs even when they don't save me. I press the gas and the car moves and the sedan behind me revs like it is my skin and we are both one animal. The road takes the wheels. My heart does not go with them at first. Then it jumps into my throat and I swallow and it returns to where it belongs. I move into the lane. The sedan swings out behind me, smooth and close. It stays in my blind spot with a patience that is almost kindness. Its lights are still off. My eyes keep moving, mirror, road, the double yellow striping past under my speed. I wait for the shape to pass me and go on. It does not. It sits there. It is a second car glued to my shadow. The hazard tick stops because I turned the hazards off when I turned the car on, and now the only metronome is my heart, and the joints in the highway that hit the tires in a rhythm that threatens to become a song I cannot stop humming. I put my turn signal on again and take the next exit, because the sign says gas and coffee and open 24 hours. The lane to the ramp is dirty with gravel and old brake dust, and the car light becomes brown around me. The sedan follows. It makes the same turn with the same small movement. No lights, no sound. The ramp curls. The underside of the overpass is a second day with bad light. The whine of the cars going over my head is a choir of small angry bees. A raccoon dead in the grass makes a black question mark, the tail asking why. The road up to the gas station is bright and then shadow and then bright again where the canopy lives. The lot is lit like a store display. The air smells like hot coffee and the chest burn of fresh fuel. I pull up by the pump closest to the attendant box. The glass is thick and slotted for cash. A person sits inside and looks past me until I am there and then looks at me like I am a person. His mouth does the shape of welcome because that is his job. He is talking to someone on a phone I can't see with one ear and to me with his eyes. He is a person. It almost undoes me. The sedan rolls in and stops in the shadow by the air pump. It still has its lights off. It idles. It is a dark in the corner of the lot. It sits like it makes other things the point of focus so it can be the not point. I see the face in the window, and this time the face is a black oval because the gas station lights do not know how to go inside that car. The attendant looks at it, then at me, and raises his eyebrows like a question he is not supposed to ask. I get out and slide my card and choose the cheapest grade because I am not ready to make a choice about anything more than that. The pump clunks, and the gas makes that slow glug in the hose that is the sound of money turning into motion. My hand on the handle shakes a little. I hold the nozzle with two hands like a person holding a bird, careful but not gentle. The smell of fuel moves my memory to 100 different places and none of them matter. The sedan idles. The face is turned toward me. The window does not move. A moth beats itself against the glass of the attendant box. The man inside looks again at the sedan and then at me and then at the highway. He slips his phone from his ear and says, "You good?" through the little speaker.
The sound comes to me thin and hard through the slot. I nod. I am not. I am also fine. I say, "Do you have air for tires?" Because it's a question that lives in this place, a line that belongs here. "Yes," he says. He points at the corner where the sedan is. He makes a face because the world is that funny. "He can use it when you're done," he says. "I won't be long," I say. The pump clicks. The handle jumps in my hand. The smell of gas deepens and then thins. I put the nozzle back and close the cap, and my hands smell sharp, and I wipe them on my jeans because I will end up doing that anyway. My phone buzzes. 1 bar. A text finally comes through from the roadside app. "Technician delayed. New ETA 311. The number's wrong for me. It is too late. It is a time that doesn't belong on my screen right now. In the corner of my eye, The sedan's driver's door opens an inch and then closes again without a person stepping out. The whole car rocks as if a weight shifted from one seat to another. The air pump next to it hums to life without anyone touching it. The digital numbers blink 000. The attendant opens his door and sticks his upper body out. He has a thin body and a loose shirt, and he is not afraid, or he hides it well. "Hey!" he calls, and his voice is a different shape than the words in the sedan. It is the shape of a person who pushes a broom and does the cash drawer and fixes the pump with a tie wrap, and has seen almost everything that hasn't killed him. "You got to turn your lights on," he adds, because this is the one rule he can throw at a moving night and maybe make it step a half step back. The sedan does not answer. The engine does a small rev like a question. The lights do not come on. The attendant turns to me and makes the sign for phone. "Call somebody," he says, and I don't know if he means the police or a friend for me or his manager for him. I nod and don't move, because if I move, I will have to decide. The air pump hums. The numbers blink 0, then 50, then 0 again. It is wrong. It is a little digital lie. A car pulls into the lot, with music so loud the bass shakes the puddles under the canopy. Two girls climb out and talk like birds and go into the store, and the door chimes, and they do not look at the sedan, and the sedan does not look at them, and for 30 seconds the whole world is normal. Which is not the same as safe, but it's close. My phone rings in my hand and I jump. The number says unknown. I answer because it could be roadside, or it could be the small universe that wants to talk in my ear, and I am tired of silence. "Hello?" Nothing for a second. Then a voice like a recording of a person played through an old radio says, "I'm in the lot." I look at the sedan and then away from it and back, and it is still a car with an idling engine and a dark glass. The attendant leans out of his booth again and says something into the night I can't hear, or he says something into his phone, or he talks to himself, because he is a man in a box at midnight and the world needs a pair of ears. "Who is this?" I say. My mouth is dry again. I look at my car. My trunk lid sits even. My spare is on. The lug nuts hold. The little donut looks weak and ready. The whole weight of my life is on that circle of rubber and air. "Just making sure you got there," the voice says. It is the same voice from the highway. The words are the same shape. "Where are you headed?" I end the call. It should feel like an action. It feels like dropping a cup on thick carpet. The sedan turns off. No dim, just dead. 1 second there is the hum that holds the shape of an engine, and the next there is not. The face behind the glass does not move, because the glass is now mirror, and I see only the gas station lights in a car-shaped night. I tell the attendant, "I'm going to go," and he nods like a person who knows he will still be in this box when the birds start again, and the coffee smells like the idea of morning. "Be safe," he says. The words are silly. They are the words we share to keep the shape of us the shape of us. I get in my car and close the door, and this time I hear the sound as the sound of a thing sealing. I start the engine, and the dash lights do their little dance, and then sit where they're supposed to be. I look at the sedan in the mirror. It is still there. The face is a black blank now. The air pump is off. The numbers are 0. The moth finds the bulb and burns the idea of itself into a tiny light. I pull out. The car moves the way it should, but the spare is a little different. A small wobble, a tiny hum, a song I don't know yet. I drive toward the exit of the lot, and the sedan stays. It doesn't pull out. It doesn't start. It doesn't move. I watch it until the edge of the lot takes it away. The highway ramp back up to the road is a small hill, and I take it slow because the sign says curve, and because my heart cannot stand another surprise. On the freeway, the cars are thinner now. The sky is a bruise. The streetlights make bowls of light on the road and leave bowls of dark between them. I drive under the bowls and between the bowls and watch the mirrors. I expect to see the black shape of the sedan come up without lights. It doesn't. It is worse that it doesn't, and also better. I take the next exit that gets me home. The ramp is long and slow. The spare answers with a hum. The buildings are low here. A store with a broken neon letter that makes it say Mart instead of Smart. A bar with a dirty flag in the window and a man smoking under the only tree. A laundromat with a woman folding shirts like it is church.
The smell of hot water and soap leaks into the street and blesses nothing and blesses everything. My phone buzzes again. The roadside app says your technician is on site. How did we do? I laugh once and it sounds like a cough. I put the phone face down on the seat. I drive the last few blocks in a quiet that feels good and bad. I turn into my block. Half the streetlights on my block are always out. It is a thing I know and hate. The empty part of the street looks like a mouth that forgot a few teeth. I park under my own window because I am someone who believes the sight of my own window will keep a thing from following me up the stairs. I sit in the car with the engine off and listen to it click as it cools. It clicks, and the hazard relay tick lives in my ear like a sound that moved in and won't pay rent. I open the door and the night leans in. It is cooler now. The air on my face is a hand that does not grip. I step out, and I stand there longer than a person with keys should. My eyes go down the street to the corner and back. There is no sedan. There is a long dog trotting like he has someplace to be, and a pizza guy moving a little too fast, and the air smells like damp concrete and somebody's garlic. I take a breath and go in. In my stairwell, the heat is always wrong. It is hotter than the street and somehow wetter. I climb the stairs, and my steps make that hollow stairwell sound that makes it feel like a person is behind you, even when they are not. The light bulb over the third floor hums. The paint on the handrail has a sticky spot. I do not put my hand there. In my apartment, I lock the door and slide the chain, and then open the window in the living room an inch because the air likes to move here too, and I am a person who learned this today again. I put my keys on the table. I sit on the edge of the couch and hold still because my body is still moving from the car and the road continues in my bones for a few more minutes. I wash my hands and the water is warm and the soap is kind and the smell of gasoline leaves a little and the smell of rubber leaves a little and the smell of heat stays because heat is not a smell. It is a thing. I drink water and it becomes a stone and then becomes a soft. I go to the window and look down. The street is itself. The shapes under the trees are the shapes of cars people live with. One of them could be a dark sedan and my head would turn it into one. I cannot tell. My phone face lights. A new text from an unknown number. Almost there. 5 minutes. It is the wrong time for that sentence. It is no time. It is a loop. My finger hovers over the screen. I don't type anything. Somewhere outside on the street, a car idles with its lights off, or a truck idles with its lights on, and my brain moves the light. The sound is in the right place for both. I stand very still and listen the way you listen in an old building when the steps stop right outside your door, and know your door and wait. I count to 30 without meaning to. When I finish, the idling stops. A car moves away. It could be any car. Later, when I try to sleep, my body keeps tightening and letting go like a person trying to get comfortable on a bad couch. Every time the air in the room changes, I think of the breath from the sedan's engine, the moment it died, and the way the shape behind the glass didn't move like a person would move if the world around them changed. I think about the small touches on the bumper. I think about the cross on the side of the road, and the ribbon moving like a hand trying to explain. Sometime in the night, I wake up. No reason. My throat is dry, and the clock on my phone says a number I don't care to see anymore. The room has a shape like a room, and the window is a square like a window, and through the square the street is dark. A car glides through with its headlights off, slow, like someone lost or someone careful. It goes past, and another one follows with lights on, fast, like someone late. The first car could be anyone. It could be a story I store away with the other stories. It could be the same sedan. It could be no one. I lie back down, and my heart learns a new pace that is not the hazard click, and not the road joints, and not the pump. It is my heart. The body does that when you let it not die. I think I hear the tick once more. from far away, from under the guardrail, from the part of the road that holds on to heat long after the sun goes, a tiny, patient sound that says, "I'll be here. I'll be here if you pull over again. I'll be here if you don't." In the morning, the car wears a small print on the back bumper where the paint dulled. It could be anything. It could be my eyes. It could be a hand. It could be the night. The spare sits where it sits. I make a plan to go to a tire shop and get a real round shape and 5 new bolts tightened with air, and a man who uses his own weight and laughs and doesn't ask me where I am headed. I leave the window open an inch and the door locked and the chain on. I put my keys in my pocket and go down the stairs. On the landing, I hear someone on the sidewalk stop right out of view and then move on. I don't say hello. I don't answer if they say my name, which they do not, which they might, which they will, which they won't. The day is new and looks like a day. The highway will be there with its hum and its heat and its little metronome waiting, and if I ever need to stop again, I know the rules I can make for myself and the rules the road makes whether I want them or not. And somewhere, down some side street or shoulder, a dark sedan sits with lights off and an engine idling that does not need headlights to see. The back alley behind the store always smells the same: spilled beer and bleach. The beer is sour and sweet, stuck into the asphalt like an old story. The bleach is sharp and climbs into my throat. The compressor fans hum on the roof and behind the roll-up door. They make a steady sound that feels like it is holding the building up. When the fans click off for a second between cycles, the quiet feels wrong. It makes you look up at nothing. It's late. The store is not closed yet, but the day is over. The sky is a flat gray blue like a bruise that forgot how to be purple. The loading dock lights buzz and throw a tired yellow on the cracked blacktop. The plastic strip curtains on the back door are cloudy and sticky. If you push through them fast, they slap your back like hands. I don't push through them fast. I keep one hand on the door handle and one hand on the cart. We do this every night. We break down the pallets that came in late. We move the milk to the cooler before the case temp creeps over the little number the health inspector likes. We wrap the returns in one stack and the reclaim in another. We stack the empty pallets in a neat row. We tie the cardboard and feed it to the baler. We sweep the glass when someone drops a case of cheap wine. We act like we do not hear the things in the alley. That is a rule, written and not written. Someone wrote the written rule on a piece of laminated paper and taped it to the inside of the back door at eye level. I read it every night even though I know it. Do not open door after 9 p.m. without manager. Do not give out trash or returned products. Do not engage with anyone at the dock. Call for assist. The tape corners are dirty from fingers. The bottom edge curls up where the mop bucket kissed it. Someone else wrote under it in marker, smaller, "If you hear it ask, do not answer." That line gets wiped off by the mop every week and then shows up again. My radio sits on my shoulder and hisses. The clip is loose, and the cord scratches my neck. The night manager is inside up by the registers doing a drawer, talking to a customer who wants to return a kettle without a receipt. Make it an even exchange, he told me earlier. Keep the dock door cracked for airflow, but don't leave it wide. Don't leave it open for anyone. He says a lot of things twice. He knows I am alone back here for a little while. I push the pallet jack under a mixed pallet. The wood is rough and splinters. I feel it through my gloves anyway. Somebody wrapped this one lazy. The shrink wrap hangs in loose folds like a bad dress. I pull the tail and circle the stack and pull it tight. The plastic sings when it stretches. The corner of a box cuts the wrap and I have to start again. The fans hum. The smell of bleach rises. Behind it is another smell, fast and light at first, then thicker. Aftershave. Old school aftershave. The blue kind from old TV ads. The scent steps up next to me and then takes one step back. It does not belong here. We don't have a men's section. We have a little shampoo aisle that smells like coconut and synthetic lavender. Nobody wears cologne on the dock. I stop wrapping. The tail of plastic flaps in the small wind the fans make. The hair on my arm lifts. The aftershave is close. It smells like a man leaning in to show you his watch. "Hello?" I call, and my voice gets taken by the fans and turned into air. The radio hisses and doesn't help. I listen for the other sound you get back here. Cats in the alley, feet in gravel on the other side of the fence, a cartwheel hitting a crack. All I hear is the compressors and the slow tick of the security light over the dumpster as it tries to decide if it wants to live. Between the pallets, something moves. Not the pallet, not the wood. The shrink wrap on the nearest stack trembles in a way that doesn't belong to wind. It looks like fingers pressed against it and let go. Small indentations. Smooth. Then nothing. Then another little tremble lower down, like knuckles brushing the edge. It is so soft I could tell myself I imagined it. But I did not. "What time you toss expired meat?" a voice asks. I turn fast enough to grunt. The voice came from inside the dock, not from the alley side of the door. It was right there between the pallets. It could be a person crouched behind the stack. It could be a person standing on the other side of the baler. It could be a person nowhere. My mouth tries to answer because that is what mouths do if you let them. I look at the laminated paper again instead. Do not engage. I set the roll of wrap on the top of the pallet and flex my fingers so they remember they are mine. We don't toss meat. That is the truth and a lie. We mark it down a day before. We put it out with yellow stickers and hope it moves. If it ages out, we send it to reclaim. Sometimes it ends up in black bags. Sometimes a donation pickup comes through earlier, before late night, and takes bakery racks and pre-packed produce and dairy on the edge. The meat is most often not part of that. There are rules on paper, and there are rules people made to live with themselves. On my first week, I opened the back door at 9:15 to pass a bag to a man with a bike who called me sister and had kind eyes. The manager came around the corner and pushed the door shut with one hand. "We can't," he said into my ear. He wasn't mad. He was tired. "We can't be the place. If you do it once, they come every night and someone takes a picture and suddenly we're the headline." I nodded and put my head down and felt like I had done something wrong both ways. Now the voice between the pallets asks again. "What time we toss expired meat?" Different now. We. Like I am supposed to know him. The aftershave comes with the question and leans against my shoulder. I step back and the pallet jack handle hits my thigh hard. The radio, because it respects nobody, picks that moment to spit out, "Clean up on 7, broken pickles, smells like feet." My brain has to hold the words "expired meat" and "broken pickles" at the same time, and it feels like the wrong grocery list. "Receiving to front," I say into the radio, my thumb white on the button. "I heard someone at the dock. Can I get support?" I say the words like a person in a training video. There's a pause with nothing in it, and then the manager, voice too bright. "Copy, I'm with a guest. I'm 5 minutes. Keep the door locked." The radio clicks like a small throat clears. I look at the door. The door is a metal sheet with a push bar and a lock and a little square of reinforced glass with wire in it. The metal is scratched by dolly wheels and by keys that missed and by names cut with a box cutter. One says Edie, one says Lupita, one says 2016. The peephole camera mounted above the door shows the alley on a monitor the size of a paperback. The screen glows and shows the fence and the dumpster in the corner where the cats like to sleep. I glance at it. Nothing moves out there. The aftershave is not out there. It is right here. The shrink wrap on the pallet trembles again, up high this time, shoulder height. It presses in just enough to show the suggestion of bones under skin and releases. The plastic is dusty and the dust smears. Finger marks appear and then smudge out by themselves. I pick up the roll and pull it tight around the stack like a bandage. My heart thumps stupid in my chest. It is hot back here in a way that sticks to your ears. "What time you toss expired meat?" the voice says, more flat, more like an order. and this time it is off to my left, by the corner where the mop sink lives. The smell of bleach is stronger there. The smear of aftershave soaks through it. I step over a wet spot. My boot picks up the smell. I will bring it home with me. Sir, the dock is closed, I say to a space that doesn't have a body in it. We don't give out product. The words come out steady and sound like someone else taught them to me. That is true. A cheap plastic hanger skitters across the floor like a small animal running for a crack. It came from where the aprons hang on a nail. I didn't touch it. The compressor fans shift to a lower hum like a big person clearing their throat in the dark. On the other side of the strip curtains, the store is a different kind of loud. The produce misters hiss and click. The open case coolers moan. The PA blips and says, "Associate to scan and go," in a soft, fake human voice. Somebody pushes a train of carts past and the metal on metal makes a sound like a broken violin. I could go back through the curtains and into the light and the floor music and be with other people, but the pallets are out here. The back door is out here. The voice is out here. I push the pallet jack into a fresh stack and feel the weight roll toward me. I set my feet and give the handle a jerk. The pallet starts to move and then stops as if someone plugged it with a finger. I pull. It doesn't. I look down in case the edge caught a bolt or a crack. The floor is smooth. The wheel is fine. A hand presses the shrink wrap from the far side again, and I let go. I let the pallet be where it wants to be. I pick up my list and check off nothing because I didn't finish anything yet. "Luis?" I say into the radio. He is deli and usually walks back here to smoke out by the dumpster and talk about his kids and tell me which soccer team to care about this month. "You on break? You close to the dock?" His radio voice is there and not there. "I'm on lunch," he says from somewhere that sounds like a car with the windows up and the AC too cold. "What's up?" "Nothing," I say, because even though it is not nothing, it is always nothing when you say it on a radio where everyone else can listen. Just checking. "Don't open for them," he says, his voice lower, less for the radio and more for me. "You know the rule." The plastic curtain lifts at the bottom like something under it pushed up. A cold little breeze crawls through. The aftershave smell moves with it and folds itself into the bleach stink and makes a third smell that is familiar and bad. The hair on the back of my neck goes up and stays up. A cat cries outside the door. It is the black one with one torn ear. We call him Earl for no good reason. He sits on the dumpster lid sometimes, big as a raccoon, and stares at nothing. He cries now in a way that sounds like a baby. I check the monitor. He is near the fence, tail high. He does not look at the camera. He looks at something I can't see, low and off to the side. "What time we toss expired meat?" the voice says again, and I am done pretending it is someone asking. A person asking has a different weight. I take one step toward the inside door where the red exit sign lives. I tell myself, go get the manager. But the manager said 5 minutes and 5 minutes in a store is the same as no minutes at all until you look up and it is 30. And you are mopping and someone has counted the tills and you are still here. The baler on the far wall blinks its little green light. Empty, it says. It wants cardboard. Bales make the store money. The sign over it says baler training required. Do not use if untrained. Lockout, tag out. There is a picture of what to do with the strap. The strap is a flat plastic ribbon that cuts like a mean piece of paper if it catches you. The strap tail hangs from the last time. Someone left it like a warning. I tell myself to feed it some boxes and keep my hands away from the line. A stack of banana boxes sits on a cart by the baler, cut open and nested. I pull two and hold them like stupid shields and walk with them held out in front of me. Between the pallets, a shadow shifts the way a person shifts when their foot falls asleep and they wish they were made of different bones. The aftershave smell slides past my shoulder and toward the baler. I back up. I hit the roll-up door with my heel, and the dull sound of my body on metal tells me the door is down and the outside is outside. "Who's there?" I ask again, and this time my voice gets caught on the word there. It sounds like I cried a long time and smoked thick cigarettes after. "I can get the manager." I make the words heavy and boring. I make them like paperwork. The shrink wrap trembles on the stack nearest the baler. It dents in. It dents out. It makes no sound. The aftershave is strongest here, a blue fog around the baler light. I think of a man in a white apron from the old meat room downstairs in the older part of the store we don't use anymore. We still keep the bone saw down there for show and tell. It has a sign on it that says, "Do not touch." The saw looks like a jaw, but is just a machine. My brain makes pictures without asking for permission. "Do not answer." The small letters on the laminated sign say inside my head, bigger now, "Do not answer if it asks you anything." I think how funny that is. A person who writes signs for a living decided to add that line. A person like me. The fans cycle off. The sound in the alley drops. The world feels big for a second. The store PA voice floats through the plastic. It is now 9 p.m. The pharmacy is closed. That line always makes me sad. It makes the store sound like a body that goes to sleep in parts. A truck rolls past way out on the street and shakes the fence and rattles the cans. The security light over the dumpster flickers and comes back and flickers again, trying to turn itself off and undo itself and failing. The voice is right behind my ear. 9:17? It says in a soft way, like a person trying to remember a birthday. Then kinder, 9:17. I close my eyes without meaning to. I have heard that number before this year in other rooms that are not this room. It means nothing and it means too much. We don't toss next to a time, I say out loud to the air. We do it when we do it. We don't toss. I feel how stupid that sounds. I feel my throat move like it wants to give the number a shape. The metal hand truck by the door falls over with a clatter like a dropped pan. I jump and say a small sound. The radio laughs by accident with a pop of static. The inside door opens, and the manager steps through the plastic strips fast, like he had to break free from the front to get here. His name tag says Dan, and he grew a beard in November and never shaved it off. He looks at me, then at the pallets, then at the baler, then at the door. "You good?" he says. He says it too loud, like he's talking over a machine. I nod. "Someone asked about meat," I say. I keep my sentences small so that none of the words fall out where they shouldn't go. They're not. It's not at the door. He doesn't frown, and he doesn't laugh. He puts one hand on the baler and looks down the alley on the monitor. "Don't open," he says. "If they go around to the front, I'll talk to them there." Did they ask for a time? I'm not ready for him to use that exact word. Time. I look at his face. He looks at my face. We both act like the baler is more interesting than both of us. 9:17, I say, because the word wants out, and keeping it in will make my mouth a cave for something I don't want. They said 9:17. He nods like a person nods when you tell them a recipe for something they will never make. "We'll send out reclaim and cardboard at 9:30, he says, like this is all regular. "Call me if anyone hands you a story. I'll handle it." He puts his hand on my shoulder for the right amount of time and then takes it back. "You need help on these?" He points his chin at the half-wrapped pallet like it was rude to leave it undressed. "I got it," I say. "I don't got it. I want him to stay. I don't want him to stay." He hears both answers and chooses the one that suits the night. "Radio me," he says, and goes back through the plastic into the fluorescent. The fans come back on. The alley sound fills my bones. The aftershave fades for a second, then comes back like a person who forgot their keys and had to return to the apartment. I wrap the pallet tight, bottom to top, and the plastic pulls hard across my fingers and burns them slow. I hold the roll close to my chest and go round and round until the boxes are one thing. The shrink wrap trembles again, and I pull tighter and tell myself it was air. On the monitor, on the alley, the black-eared cat sits on the dumpster and looks over one shoulder as if someone called his name. The security light flickers one last time and then goes steady. The aftershave smell moves toward the inside handle of the back door and waits by it like a man who held the door for too long. I stare at the handle and see a smear on the push bar. Fingers, 4 and a thumb, left hand maybe. It could be nothing. It could be time and dirt mixed, the way everything leaves a mark. I load the cardboard into the baler. The bale chamber yawns. The strap sins with a small metallic pity. I feed the first layer and set another on top, hands out of the way. The safety chain taps my wrist. I flinch like it bit me. The light stays green. Empty moves to half. It is a dumb way to count, but the light does not lie as much as people do. "What time?" the voice says again, like it is checking back after walking a circle. What time we toss expired meat. It makes the word toss longer. It makes it sound like a person saying a child's name in a grocery store and trying to keep their voice kind. "I can't help you," I say, and mean it and don't. "You got a compactor," it says. "You gonna run it." The voice keeps the R in compactor like it might slide around. The aftershave smell is stronger again, and behind it now is something else. Animal. Not a bad smell. Just fur and warm dark. I feed another flap of cardboard in and hit the descent. The ram groans. The bale compresses. The baler is old. It makes a sound like someone pushing a couch across a floor upstairs. The motion calms me. The rules calm me. Feed. Press. Tier. End. I can do this without thinking. I do the next thing, then the next. I stand where I am supposed to stand. The baler moves the way it always moves, and I do not get too close. I am not the story the sign warns about. The radio cracks and says, "Associate to the front for donation pickup." The voice is Irene's. She is kind until she is not. She does donations like a person who hates throwing food away and hates the paperwork that makes it not throwing away. She will wheel rolling racks of bread to the front door and talk nice to whoever shows up with a truck and a clipboard. This late, sometimes nobody comes and everything goes into bags anyway. 9:17 is not far now. I look at the clock on the wall that hangs near the door. It says 9:12. It always runs slow. The time on my phone says 9:16. The numbers mean nothing and too much. At 9:17, nothing happens except a carrot bag falls off the produce cart with a small, soft sound. I don't jump. I exhale. The aftershave takes one step backward and one step forward like a person remembering a dance. The shrink wrap on the nearest stack trembles again and smooths. I keep my mouth closed and do not give a number to the air. I think that is important. I think if I say a number, I have put a nail in a way of being. I think that isn't science. I keep my mouth closed anyway. The side door farther down the dock, the one close to the compactor, knocks once. Light. Like someone tapped it with one knuckle to check if it is wood. The door is metal. The sound is wrong. The cat on the monitor does not move. The black bags piled near the compactor shiver as if a mouse ran behind one. The aftershave smell fills the space under my tongue. I taste it. I hate that I taste it. I push the last bit of cardboard into the baler and hit the button. The ram goes down slow. The light flickers from half to full and back to half like it is undecided. The strap wiggles in its slot. I step back and think about tape I need to buy, and which shoes hurt less, and the way the mop water looked in the bucket when I changed it earlier. Gray and thin and tired. On the radio, Irene says, "Donations canceled." She doesn't say why. She doesn't have to. The word canceled is an answer all by itself. I hear the front door chime in my head, even if I cannot hear it for real. You only hear that chime up front. Out here, we get hum and tick and the plastic flap. Time? The voice says one more time, as soft as a fingernail sliding under the edge of tape. The shrink wrap trembles on the bottom, like someone on the other side ran fingers along it and then stopped where the wrap got tight. It is almost a caress. It is not. Not for you, I say, because I can't be quiet anymore and still be me. My voice shakes, and I don't care. There is nobody here to judge it but a person without a face. It's not for you. I say it again, not louder. Not for you. The aftershave smell thins like someone leaned back, like someone took a step off the curb and thought better of it and came back up on the sidewalk. The fans change pitch again. The compressor on number 3 kicks in, and the air changes, and the sound becomes a soft pressure behind my eyes. The security light over the dumpster flares and then settles into a steady, tired glow. The monitor shows the alley. The cat hops off the dumpster and vanishes behind the fence. The top of the fence, with the dull spikes, becomes a line. The alley looks like it is tired of being an alley. It looks like it wants to be a hallway that ends somewhere nicer. The manager pushes through the strip curtain again, this time with a rolling steel rack that holds brown sacks and a clipboard. "Cardboard after," he says, meeting me in the middle. "Donation is off. Bag trash first. Compactor at 10. He says it like a normal sentence about a normal thing. He moves like a person who has 8 tasks in his head and will do 5. He stops. He smells the air. The aftershave sits there for him too, not just for me. He raises his eyebrows. "You smell that?" he asks. I nod. He doesn't ask what it is. He believes I don't know. He pulls the rack to the door and checks the lock and checks the monitor and makes a small face at the alley because the alley is a person he doesn't like but has to invite to dinner. "I'll take the first bags," he says. "Stay in the door. Don't fully open." He looks at the laminated sign and then away from it. He unlocks the door with one hand and keeps his foot on the caster of the rack so it won't roll. I hold the door with 2 fingers and look through the wire glass at the rectangle of night. The aftershave smell moves right to the crack as if it has been waiting for this breath all along. The plastic bag of expired soup cans rustles on the top of the rack as we bump it over the threshold. He pushes. I hold. The door heavy now. It doesn't want us to do this. It wants to close like all doors want to close. We swing the bag into the compactor mouth and pull our hands back like the mouth might chew. He presses the pedal to draw the chute in. The mechanism cranks. Everything sounds like a body. He lets the pedal up. "Again," he says. We do it again. A whisper from behind the bags on the rack. A small voice, low, private, speaking into my ear without leaning in. "I'm here," it says in my voice, or a voice very close to mine. "We toss at 10, it says, because of course it learned that in the last 10 seconds. I step back and let the door take itself closed for a second. The metal touches metal. The sound is not loud. "Did you hear that?" I ask, not keeping my voice small at all. Dan tilts his head in that way he does. He didn't hear my voice. He heard what he hears out here and saved his hearing years ago by not listening to anything extra. Or he did hear and won't say because it doesn't help. He nods toward the monitor instead. "They're not at the dumpster," he says, like this is a score we are keeping and it matters. He says one more load, then pause. He says pause like he owns it, like he can put a hand on time and hold it and make it behave. We do one more bag. We close the door. We lock it. We stand with our backs against it, like a scene in a movie where the bad thing is on the other side. We breathe. The aftershave hangs in the space between us and the baler and the door and the rack and then fades a notch. It does not leave. It is patient. Take 5, he says to me like he is talking to a person who did something athletic and needs water. Go get a drink. I'll do the reclaim. We'll finish this fast. I nod. I walk through the plastic strips into the light and air that is too cold for a normal person but is nice after the dock. The store smells like sugar and wet cardboard and green things. The floor machine hums somewhere far away like a friendly animal. Customers move like ghosts because they are fewer now, and the music is soft and the jars on the shelf all look like eyes if you stare too long. By the time I drink a cup of water and set it down and throw out the cup and walk back, the aftershave smell has moved again, away from the door, back to the pallets, close to the baler. The shrink wrap trembles a little like it is deciding whether to remember I touched it. I keep moving. I don't stand in any one place too long. At 10, we run the compactor like he said. He has the key. He turns it slow and says the words under his breath that he says every time because he has a ritual he likes to do when the big machine starts. I think he learned it from the last night manager, and that person learned it from the person before that. The compactor moans and takes the bags like a mouth. We stand back. We don't speak. We let a loud thing be the loudest thing. The aftershave smell steps away a measure like it stands with its back against the far wall and watches. When it is done, the silence comes back. Heavy. The fans rush in to fill it. The plastic strips return to their lazy sway. The monitor shows the alley like a painting. The cat is gone. The light is steady. The fence leans the same way it leaned this afternoon. And last week. And last year. Go home when you finish these 2, Dan says, patting the top of the closest pallet like it's a dog we're not allowed to adopt. I'll be here a while. He drags the rack inside and closes the door and makes a face and then fixes his face because you can't let the door see you make that face. It wins if you do. That is what people say. I finish the 2 pallets. I feel more normal as I move the boxes. The body looks for patterns and finds them fast if you let it. Cut, stack, wrap, check, move. The radio says the closing line. It is now 10:30. Customers, please make your way to the front. Thank you for shopping. The words slide by. The floor machine goes by and the driver gives me a little nod, and a smile that argues with his tired eyes. On my way out, I stop by the back door and look at the laminated sign. Don't answer if it asks you anything. The letters are dull. Someone traced over the words with a pen at some point. The marker shows through. The ink bled. In the corner of the paper, someone wrote a time and then wiped it, and the faint ghost of the number 17 sits there, just the tail of it, all alone. I smell my hands. The bleach sits on the skin. The aftershave lives in the cuff of my sleeve where the air held it. It smells like a person who is not me, walking close enough to share the same breath. I rub my cuff against my arm. It does not go. Outside, behind the store, the alley is itself. My car sits under the last good light in the lot. The bulb hums. The asphalt holds heat, but less now. The night is cooler. The air smells like wet cardboard and far rain, and a nice smell of tortillas from the taqueria on the corner, and a smell under all that which I will not name because then I will have to own it. I stand with my keys in my hand and listen. Between the compressor fans and the cicadas and the far traffic, there is a small space where something could make a sound. In that space, I hear a low voice that could be a man and could be my own brain. It asks a question it wants me to answer so we can be the same kind of animal. It says, "What time?" like it's polite, and then it waits. I don't answer. I wait harder. After a long minute, the night lets a truck pass and a tire shouts at a seam in the pavement, and the sound gets its hooks into my attention and pulls me out of the dock and into the lot. I go to my car and get in and lock the doors and put my hands on the wheel and sit for a second to let my mind catch up to my body. The seat smells like me. The steering wheel is worn smooth where my thumbs go. The small light over the mirror is off, and I don't turn it on. When I get home, I open my window a little because the air in my apartment likes to move. I set my radio on the counter. It hisses once like it has an idea and then goes quiet because I turned it off. I wash my hands with a cheap bar of soap and the bleach leaves and the aftershave clings, and I think I smell it in the towel when I dry my face. And then I think maybe I am making this worse for myself. At 3:11, my fridge kicks on and the motor hums, and I sit up in bed because the sound is a cousin of the compressor fans, and for a second, I am at the dock again and the strip curtain is on my back, and the plastic trembles, and the voice makes a question out of a number. I lie down again. I look at the crack of the window and the little piece of night I allowed inside. The apartment breathes like a person not trying to be quiet anymore. I sleep. I wake. I go back the next night and stand in the same place. The smell is the same. The hum is the same. The sign still says what it says. When the shrink wrap trembles, it is nearly nothing, but it is there. When the voice asks what time we toss expired meat, I repeat the rule to myself and to the air and to the idea of a man with old cologne standing in a place where men with old cologne have no reason to be. I do not answer. I count to 30. I do my job. I hold the words in my mouth until they dissolve like ice in hot water. It doesn't leave. That feels true. Maybe it never will. Maybe it has a schedule and it doesn't. Maybe it knows the times better than we do. Maybe the only thing I have to carry is this. Keep the door almost closed. Keep your hands out of the baler. Keep your mouth shut when the aftershave leans in. And if something asks you something in a voice that knows you, you don't have to be rude. But you don't have to be kind either. You can be quiet. You can let the fans do the talking. You can wait for the cartwheels and the floor machine and the PA to put another layer between you and whatever lives between pallets. And when the time comes to toss what needs tossing, you toss it with your back to the door and you listen and you walk away. And sometimes, in the quiet of the aisle with nobody in it, you will hear a plastic bag whisper against a shelf, and you will know you aren't alone. And you will keep moving anyway. The stairwell smells like old paint and hot dust and a sweeter smell I can't place until I'm halfway up. Tar. Fresh, even though the roofers came last month and said they were done. The steps are the narrow kind that make you walk sideways if you pass someone. No one passes me. The building is a walk-up, 5 floors, and I've lived here long enough to count the landings by the little cracks in the plaster and the note someone scratched with a key 3 years ago. Fred plus Ella forever. The plus faded first. The forever stayed. At the top, there's the little square door in the ceiling that looks like a cheap lid to a bad box. The hatch. The metal is scabbed with paint, and the handle is a washer someone welded on in a hurry. The super told me, "Don't go up there," which is what supers say when they know they can't stop you. "It's only for maintenance," he said. "It's not safe. It's not for tenants." Then he counted the rent in his head and smiled and said, "If you smell gas, call me. Don't go up." I've been smelling tar and hearing the roof in my sleep. The sound is a small ticking like a fingernail on glass. It finds me at 3 in the morning and sits on my pillow and taps until I wake. I heard the hatch clang last night like someone let it go instead of easing it down. 2 bangs, then quiet. I lay on my back and counted to 30 like that ever helps anything. Then I put the pillow over my face and pretended it was a wall. Now I'm up here with a flashlight and a reason that only makes sense if I say it out loud to no one. I want to see what is on top of the life I pay for. I want to see if the ticking has a body. The hatch sticks. The paint sealed the edge the way paint loves to do when no one is watching. I wedge my fingers under and pull, and something unsticks inside my wrist. The lid lifts. Heat slaps my face. The air up there is a different air. It smells like tar and sun and pigeon and the metallic breath the city makes when it's tired. I push the lid and it goes up and hits the stop with a flat clang that goes down my bones. I flinch even though I knew it would. I lift myself through and put a knee on the roof, and it gives a little because of the tar and the heat. My shoe makes a wet sound when I set it down. Tar sticks to the sole and tries to keep me. I stand and turn and pull the hatch closed behind me because a feeling I don't want to listen to says, "Don't leave holes open unless you mean them." The lid drops the last inch and the sound is smaller this time, a metal throat clearing. The roof is a simple square with a low parapet wall, patched seams, a few metal vents that look like little houses for ghosts, 2 old TV antennas that nobody uses but which still tick in the wind like nervous fingers, and a forest of gray cable that snakes to nowhere. A short clothesline on one side has 2 old plastic clothespins that have gone pale the way things do in too much sun. A milk crate with a broken side sits near the corner, full of bottles that are not beer and not water, brown glass without labels. The sun has started to slide down and the whole city below looks like a big pan someone left on the stove too long. My window is on the 4th floor. If I stand near the parapet at the right angle, I can see into my living room. The plants in the sill need water again. The cheap curtains are open the way I left them. The lamp with the crooked shade makes the shape of itself on the wall, even when it isn't on. From up here, my place looks like a stage set with nobody in the play. There are fresh footprints in the tar. They circle a spot not 10 feet from the hatch. The prints are shallow but dark and sharp-edged where the tar bit and let go. Boot tread, not sneakers. The kind with a square heel. They go around and around a cheap metal folding chair someone set on the roof. The chair is turned toward my window. It faces my life like a person who bought a ticket. The little holes in the seat make a pattern of light on the tar. I can see the little raised squares from the bottoms of the chair legs where someone moved it a few inches to find the better angle. The circle of footprints stops at a place near the parapet where the tar has a lighter patch, as if someone put a hand there and leaned. I walk to the chair because I am not smart when I am curious. I don't touch it. Then I touch it. The metal is hot. Then not. The seat is warm in a way that isn't only sun. There is a small flat place where somebody sat. The warmth is not a trick. It is the kind a body leaves. It takes your hand by surprise and says, "Someone." I look for a cigarette butt because that is what my brain thinks goes with a warm chair and a person who sits and watches windows. There is one butt near the leg, cork filter, a lipstick smear on it that is the color of dried cherries. There is a wrapper, too, gum folded neat into a square and weighed by a pebble. The gum is the strong mint kind you chew when you want your mouth to be a promise or a secret. I hate that I know the brand by the wrapper. I walk the circle of footprints and look at how many they are. I learned once to count prints to guess how long someone stood somewhere. It isn't science, but it gives you something to do with your eyes. There are enough to make a meeting. It seems like more than one person. Some prints are deeper, like a man with weight. Some are lighter, like someone who walks on their toes even when they are not in a hurry. I look back the way they came. There aren't any new prints from the hatch to the chair besides mine. The tar holds everything honest, and it is honest in saying the person did not come from the hatch. The prints go from the chair to the parapet, then stop. There is a smudge on the low wall like a hip leaned there. The edge of the parapet is clean. The prints do not come back. They do not go anywhere else. They just end like a sentence someone changed their mind about. The antennas tick. I hate the sound and I love it because it promises weather or trouble and both mean you are alive. I look over the wall and down the narrow air shaft where the light falls and hangs. 4 floors of windows face each other. If you lean far enough, you can see into your neighbor's life and they can see into yours. I do not lean. A small wind comes up with a smell that is not from my building. Aftershave, old-fashioned, the blue kind my uncle used when we were kids. I look around for a man. There is no one. The smell moves past me, and then it is gone like a hand you think touched your sleeve. I take a picture of the chair with my phone, and another of the footprints, and another of my own window, because my brain needs proof I have a window, and a chair, and a roof, and a life, and that they all are the same life. The phone screen brightens and dims with the light, like it is breathing. It shows me a time I don't trust. A text comes in from a number I don't know. Hey! I'm 5 minutes away. It is a cheerful sentence with a cheerful exclamation. It does not belong to anything I am doing. I stand on a roof with tar on my shoes and a warm chair in a city that is the color of a bruise. No one is coming to meet me. The super hates roof. My friends do not text that way. Another text. Almost there. The same ready tone. The same lie. I turn the phone to airplane mode because the sky does not get a vote. By the hatch, someone has written some words on the tar paper near the metal frame with a piece of chalk or a paint pen. They are small and straight and neat. Leave it closed at night. Don't look over if you hear the steps stop. If you open the hatch after 9, count to 30 before you come up. If you still want to, go ahead. Under that, in a different hand, slanted, a line, "The chair is not ours." I kneel to touch the writing, and a grain of tar sticks to my palm and leaves a little black circle like a mark someone might draw on you at a club to say you paid. I lift my hand and wipe it on my pants and think about the person who wrote the first line, the someone who wrote the second. I think about them moving up and down through the hatch and saying to themselves, okay, okay. The hatch clangs again. Not me. The metal jumps a small jump. I turn so fast my shoe slips, and I leave a stupid smear in the tar. The lid is shut. The sound came from below. The building breathes through that square hole. I walk to it and put my ear near the seam. It is like putting your ear to a shell by the sea when you are a child and want proof that something is bigger than you. I hear the stairwell. It holds echoes like a bowl. The sound I hear from under the hatch is footsteps. Someone coming up, then stopping one step shy of the little ladder that takes you the last way up. The stairwell light buzzes. I can hear it the way you hear fluorescence when your teeth hurt. The person doesn't move. I don't either. We stay like that for the length of a breath. I stretch and stretch. Then the footsteps go down. Slow. The stairwell door on the landing below opens and closes. The smell of cooked onion climbs up and dies. Someone will be eating soon. Someone will forget this moment because they did not come all the way up. I walk to the chair and set it back a hair to see if there is a mark on the tar where it was before. There are 3 little round scars from the legs. Then a 4th closer to the parapet where someone put it for a second and changed their mind. Under the chair, someone tucked a square of paper. It's torn from a small notepad with blue lines. The edges have oil on them. The top line is in that neat hand from the chalk. It won't sit if you sit. Underneath, slanted, the other hand, don't try to share. I pick up the paper and the wind tries to take it. I fold it and put it in my pocket and it sticks to the tar on my fingers and comes away with a soft rip like paper skin. I want to sit in the chair so badly now that it makes my face hot. I want to see what someone else saw looking into my window. I want to know if the room looks different from here. I do a thing a smart person would not do. I sit. The seat is warm and it is wrong, and it is too late to care because my body has decided it lives here now. My knees do what knees do. The chair squeaks a little like a mouse. The metal feels thinner than it should. I look at my window and I see my room the way the person saw it who was here. The plant on the sill isn't just a plant. It is a green shadow of a person who refuses to die. The lamp with the crooked shade looks like it is listening. The mirror over the radiator throws the light wrong. The sofa looks like it remembers other rooms. Then the window shows something else. It shows the chair. In the reflection, just for a second, there are two chairs on the roof. Not one. One is a little to my left. It is empty. Then I blink and there is just the one, and I am in it, and my chest is tight, and I am very aware that the hatch is not as close as I want it to be. The antennas tick faster. The wind flicks a piece of plastic, and the sound makes a small animal in my ribs. I stand and the chair makes a noise like it is relieved. The warmth stays on the seat like a smudge. I say sorry to the air because my mouth has to find words somewhere, and there is no one I can apologize to that makes sense. On the parapet is a smear of something dark. Sap? Oil? Blood? It is tacky under the pad of my finger and smells like old pennies. I wipe my finger on the tar and leave a new small mark on top of the old. The sun rolls down another inch, and the shadow of the chair crosses the little chalk writing by the hatch. For a second, the shadow makes a different sentence. Leave it closed. Don't look. If you open, count. If you still... The shadow moves and the words go back where they were. I open the hatch and drop my feet to the ladder and take the first step down. The cool of the stairwell reaches up like a dog and puts its head under my hand. I shut the hatch with both hands and the metal lip meets the frame with a sound that says history. Then, because I am me, I slide the bolt the super gave me permission to use if I ever went up there by accident. I slide it, and the grind of it in the track is the best sound I have heard all day. On the stairs down, my shoes leave little black kisses. Tar sticks in a pattern. When I get to my floor, there are two extra tar prints that are not mine on the landing. They point toward my door. They are sharp and square-heeled. They are fresh. They stop on the runner, like a person took their shoes off out of respect for someone they do not respect. My door has a chip out of the paint near the lock. It didn't before. The chain hangs where I left it. The peephole shows the dull light of the hall. I don't look through it. Inside, the air is cooler and the air is the same air, and it is not. My room looks like the room I saw from the roof, not the room I live in. The plant seems like it is looking away from me. The lamp wants to tell me something. The mirror above the radiator shows the door behind me, and I stick a piece of paper over it because I am tired of seeing two worlds at once. My phone finds the network again and rings at my hand. Unknown number. I don't answer. A voicemail pops up without a missed call. It's a recording I don't want to hear, and I tap it anyway because I am a person with a thumb. The voice on the message is mine, and it isn't. It says I'm 5 minutes away, like a joke and like a threat and like a promise, and then the hiss of wind and a small tap that could be something or nothing. I turn on the radio to a station that plays music as old as the building and half as tired. The sound fills the corners and makes the shape of the room more round. I pull the curtains half shut and leave a line where the roof lives, and the chair does too. I look. The chair is still there. The warm is gone now because the sun took it. A pigeon lands and looks at it, and then looks at me like I have something it wants, and it does not. Between the glass and the screen, between the screen and the air, there is a little lane where sounds come in. The tick from the antennas finds it. It keeps time I do not like. In my kitchen, the small clock over the stove skips from 9:16 to 9:18, and I do not watch for 9:17 because I have learned not to watch for things I do not get to have. I make tea because my grandmother told me that is how you speak to a room when it is upset. The water boils and the kettle says a soft scream, and I pour, and the cup warms my hand and the smell lives in my throat, and it is not aftershave, and it is not tar, and it is not old metal, and for a second I am not on a roof and not in a stairwell and not anywhere hard. Then the chair on the roof shifts an inch. The sound is very small. The leg makes 3 little prints next to the 3 little round scars it left before. I hold the cup and it wobbles and the tea bites my hand, and I say a word that is not a prayer and not a curse, and is both. The night goes the way night goes in walk-ups. Someone drops something heavy on 3 and swears in a language I do not know. Someone plays a TV too loud and then too soft and then not at all. A baby on 2 cries until the dryer on 1 starts and the sound of the dryer makes the baby stop. A person on 5 walks all the way to the bathroom in feet heavier than they need to be. On the roof, the antennas tick like a toy that refuses to die. At 11:30, the stairwell door below me opens and closes and opens and closes like someone forgot something and remembered and forgot and remembered. I sit with my shoulder against my door and feel the tiny vibrations of other lives move through the wood. The tar smell is less now, but will live in the hinges for days. My shoes are by the mat. There is a little black ring on the floor where I scraped the sole. I take a damp rag and wipe it, and the rag turns gray and the ring laughs and says, "I will be back." On my table, the paper from the roof sits under the salt. It says it won't sit if you sit. It says don't try to share. The writing looks calmer than I feel. I put my own words under it with a pencil. Leave it alone, I write, because that is easy to say and hard to do. Then I draw a little chair. Then I hate that I drew a chair, and I flip the paper over and leave the blank side up like a person hiding a stain. At 3:11, the little lights on the router blink in a way they don't blink at any other time. The room is still. The window line is a darker square on a dark wall. The hatch up above is a lid I can feel even when I can't see it. I hear a step on the roof and then another. Not close, not over my head. Near the hatch, the scrape of the chair moves a breath. The antennas tick, then pause, then tick again. The air in the room changes in a way I cannot prove. The tea has gone cold and tastes like the dust that lives under every bed in the world. Morning looks cheap on the roof. The tar is dull. The chair is ordinary and stupid, a cheap thing that belongs in a church basement or a fire station breakfast. The footprints look less sharp. They didn't disappear. The tar kept them. I go to work and the day wears me like a shirt and everyone else occupies the shape of a human and we all agree this is fine. When I come home, there's a note slid under my door. It is on a receipt for plumbing supplies. On the back, a pen wrote, "Please don't go up there at night." It thinks that's an invitation. The words are printed with a good hand. The spawn of the pen is smooth. There is no name. I hold the paper and realize the person who wrote this lives near me and now knows who I am. Maybe they watch the hatch. Maybe they listen for the clang the way I do. Maybe they are me in a different floor with a different chair. I fold the note and put it with the other, and put both in the drawer under the sink, because that is where we keep things we cannot use but cannot throw out. The drawer sticks and squeals and then closes like a mouth. A week goes like this: tick, sleep, not sleep, chair, not chair. The footprints get a film of dust, and then a fresh one sits right on top like a hand on a hand. Someone leaves a coffee ring on the parapet. Someone else wants something deeper than coffee. The aftershave smell comes and goes like a weather. The hatch clangs only when I think too much about it. When I don't think at all, it doesn't. My days get small around the edges to fit inside the space I have for fear. One afternoon, the super catches me in the hall and says, "We had kids on the roof, because he needs the version of this that makes sense. They go up and think it's a movie, chairs, smoking, a party." He rolls his eyes the way men who have keys roll their eyes. "I put a new lock on," he says. "Don't go up." He taps his staff badge against his stomach like a little apology. His hands smell like drywall dust and pine cleaner. Under it, for a second, a blue smell. I blink and it is gone. That night, the hatch still opens when I push. The new lock is a new bolt on an old door. The bolt grazes the frame in a bright line where someone has taught it its path. I leave it. I leave the hatch. I close my own window and feel like I am letting something win, and like I am setting a boundary I own. The room goes warmer, then private. The curtains move a hair even with the window closed, the way a lung under a shirt does. I sit in the dark and let my eyes make up new furniture out of old. The chair on the roof or the idea of it sits down again in my head. It sits the way a person sits when they are not sorry at all for who they are. When I finally sleep, my dream is not a story. It is a place. I climb a ladder and put my head through a hatch, and I am inside a room that is my room except the walls are out and the sky is in, and a folded chair is there. And there is another chair next to it, empty. I sit in one and the other scrapes once across tar and then settles, and we both face a window that holds a world like a coin. I turn to see who sits with me, and the shape is still and kind and not mine. And when I look back at the window, the view is wrong in a way I cannot say, and my mouth forms my name and I don't speak it. I wake with my hand on my own shoulder like someone else left it there. Outside, in the hallway, someone stops right in front of my door and stands without shifting, and the wood knows it, and so do I. I hold still. I count to 30. The person moves on. The antennas tick on the roof. The tar holds the day's heat and gives it back to the night slow. Somewhere a chair waits for someone else to sit, and for now that someone is not me. A week later, I bring the folding chair inside. That is what I tell myself I will do when I climb the stairs with my gloves and my anger. I will take it, I will make it my problem. The hatch clangs in question. The tar sticks in answer. The chair is not where it was the last time. It is closer to the hatch now, like a concession or a warning. I go to lift it, and the legs are stuck to the tar, and the sound they make when they come free is soft and human, and the warmth that lives in the metal moves from it into my hands in a way that feels like a name. I drop it. I take my hands away. I step back. On the seat is a single, neat, fresh print from a square heel, pressed into dust that is not mine. The seat of the chair shows where someone sat a breath ago and left the mark of weight. The antennas tick. The wind says, "Are you sure?" My chest says, "No." My feet say, "Go." I back to the hatch. I close it. I slide the bolt. I go down. I wipe the black off the stair with a rag because I am the kind of person who does that even while I shake. Back in my living room, I stand without turning on the light and watch my window watch me. My phone lights with a new text from a number that is unknown and familiar. "Here now," it says. I put the phone face down on the table without reading the time. The hatch does not clang. The antennas tick. The night waits like it can wait forever. I don't open. I don't go up. I live under someone else's sky with my hands quiet in my lap. When the seat cools, it will warm again, because that is what seats do when a body chooses them. If there isn't a body, there will be a shape. If there isn't a shape, there will be a sound. In the morning, tar will hold all of it honest until the sun has its turn. And when the day burns enough of it away, somebody will sit again and face my window, and the seat will be warm, and I will look up from my life and feel that warmth through glass like a hand I cannot refuse, and maybe I will count to 30, and maybe I will not, and maybe that is the closest thing to a rule that I will ever have. The river smells like metal and mud and an old summer that never got finished. The underpass carries the road over the water like a flat gray hand. The concrete sweats. It's late enough that the city sounds thin. Cars slide above like coins pushed across a table. Down here the sound is different. It is water doing what water does and air moving in ways that make fabric lift on your skin. The pigeons own the beams. They clatter up into the dark ribs when my footsteps touch the first shallow echo. I didn't plan to walk the river tonight. I had groceries in a backpack and a mind full of useless noise. The streets up there were full of headlights and small anger, and the river path looked like a straight, quiet choice. It takes you under 3 bridges, then up a stair to the street again by the pharmacy. That was the plan. Straight and back into lights. Under the first bridge, someone spray painted a line of flowers in flat neon. The petals drip. Under the second, there's a blue crown and the number of a crew I don't know. Under the third, the big one with the ribbed underbelly, there's a stair that climbs up to a land I can't see from here. It's an old stair with a wire fence that someone cut on one side to make a door only big enough for a thin person who believes in fast choices. I don't go through cut doors. I go up. The first step shows a stain like a country on a map. My phone light pulls a small white circle out of a larger dark. Damp concrete glows and goes dull again wherever the beam moves. The railing is cold and has the sticky feel of other hands. A pigeon decides to leave even though I am not that close. It lifts with a sound like a deck of cards shuffled hard. "Hey," I say to the bird because my voice needs to touch something. It goes into the beams and becomes someone else's voice, someone with a throat full of wet. Halfway up, on the left, a shopping cart sits turned sideways like it tried to make a bet on the landing and lost interest. The front wheel is bent. There's a baby blanket in the basket. It is the kind sold in chain stores 10 years ago with elephants. It smells like damp wool and something sweet that used to be food. Next to it, someone folded a jacket in on itself like a person. I look, and then I look away. I shine the light where I put my foot, and the rest of the stair makes itself out of little squares of rough. A tag and marker on the central pillar says, "Do not tell it what it wants." Under that, in small print, count to 30. Under that, if it keeps asking, go back down and walk the long way. The part that says long way looks like someone traced it twice. The marker bled into the concrete and left little halos around the vowels. Water drips steady from somewhere above. It hits a metal rung on the fence and goes ping, ping, ping like a cheap instrument. The path under the bridge is empty. I saw 2 runners before I ducked under. A biker with a bright light that made my eyes complain. A man in a hoodie with a plastic bag and a pace that said he didn't want to be seen. Now there's nobody, just me and the pigeons and my light. I climb 3 more steps. My shoe slides and I catch myself with a hand on the rail, and now my glove is wet and smells like a river mouth. I say the word I always say in these moments. The one that doesn't fix anything but makes me feel like my mouth is good for a thing. The cart makes a sound behind me like a tiny shift, the sound of its bent wheel thinking about a rung. I turn with the light and it's where it was. The blanket lies quiet. "Don't start with me," I tell a cart. My voice goes thin and brave and then breaks a little at the end because there's nowhere here for sound to rest. Up in the street, a bus sighs as it kneels for someone. That sound does not belong down here, and I take comfort in it anyway. I move again. My light finds new damp. I pass a piece of cardboard tucked into the fence as if it keeps anything out. Someone wrote in thick black pen, "It's not the police. It's not your neighbor. If you can see its face, it's too late to talk." The stairs turn a corner. There is a wedge of darkness where the bridge's spine blocks out the last of the street light. My light hits a tag that says "Stay Little" in bubble letters. A pigeon drops a feather. It spins and catches a current and slaps the fence like a fly. "Excuse me," a voice says from above me, where the stair goes from 2 steps to a small landing. It is the voice of a man who smoked or swallowed or slept in metal air. It is not old and not young. It is tired in a way that knows how to be polite. "Do you have the time?" I stop. The phone in my hand knows the time. My mind knows I will not say the number. The note on the pillar presses against my thoughts. Do not tell it what it wants. "Sorry," I say. My mouth tries to move a shape out, and I close it around the word. It stays behind my teeth like a marble. "I just need the time," the voice says. It is closer now. It is at the top of the flight, in the seam between pillar and rail, where the light from my screen does not reach until I lift it. I do not lift it. I like not seeing a face. The cart behind me rolls 1 rung. It stops. The sound is small and ugly, metal on rough concrete. I smell something I can't place before I can. Aftershave. The old blue kind. It comes up the stair and slides into my hair and down my collar. "My watch stopped," the voice says, and it could be a joke. It could be a truth. A watch is a small prison for a number. A stopped watch is a mercy. I look at my phone screen because I am a person who does what they're told by the small lights in their hand. The number is there. It is 916. The number behind it is 917. The numbers mean nothing. The numbers mean everything. I think of the little clock in my kitchen that skipped before it told me why. I turn the phone face down and my heart kicks at my ribs like a dog. "I can't," I say. "I'm sorry." "Is it because it's the bad time?" the voice asks in a voice like a friend from work who keeps a joke too long. Then kind again. "Look at you, out late." The cart does another rattle like it is debating with gravity. The pigeons pick a new rafter to complain about. The air between me and the voice thickens with wet and old. The tags on the cement look like worms. Names turn into lines. The marker that wrote count to 30 looks fresh again. I count. 1, 2, 3. The way the numbers anchor my mind is a little trick I learned when I thought anxiety was a visitor and not a roommate. 9:10. The voice waits. It is patient in the way of something that has had a lot of practice. 15. The cart breathes. 19. The water ping finds a rhythm and breaks it once, then finds it again. 25. The air tastes like metal. 30. When I finish, the urge to say a number leaves my mouth like a bird out a window. "You still there?" the voice asks. The tone slides toward my own tone. It borrows little bends, asks the question the way I would ask it. I try to make myself move. I tell my legs go. I picture the pharmacy's glass doors at the top. I picture the automatic panel with the hours taped in paper. I picture a human face behind a counter, even if they are tired of the world the way I am. I step. My foot finds the next square and then the next one. The phone light hits the toe of my shoe, and then the rough water-stained concrete, and then the cut fence on the side, and then something else. On the landing, there's another sign. This one is a scrap of corrugated tacked with a nail. It says, "Look for mirrors and don't." Someone scratched off the "don't" and wrote "do" above it. There is a small piece of polished metal leaning against the pillar. It has a greased thumbprint on it. When I lift the light without meaning to, the beam catches a piece of glass propped between two bolts at ankle height. The glass is not clean. My face in it is not my face. It is me, and it isn't. The eyes sit wrong. They are half a second late to look. A pigeon's reflection moves in a place where no bird is. The skin looks gray and a bad shiny. I drop my eyes. "Where you headed?" the voice asks, soft. It has moved again. Not with steps make their own air, and I would have felt it. But with the way sound chooses a mouth. It lives now to my right where the river is. It could be on the far side of the fence or in the small space between pillars where old bottles go to sleep. The cart behind me rolls its single rung back to where it was. That is worse than watching it roll forward. I say, "Home," and hate myself because I put a picture of my life into the space, and now the space can follow it home if it wants. Pigeons explode out of the ribbing above me, too many for the small volume, a thunder of thrown feathers. Something about that releases my body. I choose to move fast. I take 3 steps up, too big, a stomp, a slide, a wobble. The rail is cold in those other hands. I pass the landing with the cut fence door and the piece of glass and the sign with a bad argument on it. I put the beam on the next set of steps and climb. The voice does not yell. It clears its throat. The sound is a small human sound. It raises a tiny row of hair on the back of my neck. It is a sound you never think about until you hear it where no person should be. It comes from the left now, down low. as if a mouth leaned close to the rungs and breathed through the old metal. "Hey," it says in the voice it thinks I will like. "Slow down. I don't know anybody here. I just need the hour." I keep my mouth shut. My tongue presses against my teeth so hard it hurts. I think about the date on the bridge deck, carved when the city put the last coat on it. There are numbers that don't kill you when you say them. The cart rolls another rung. The blanket flips a corner the way a hand might if someone shifted underneath it. I do not turn. The light jumps. My hand jumps with it. I lose my footing and smack the side of my knee on the edge of a riser. Pain flashes in a hot, stupid way. Tears start because that's what eyes do when bones complain. I breathe a small, mad sound. "Careful," the voice says. "You'll miss 917. It says the number, and the number goes into me like a cold seed. I don't have it," I say finally, and my voice sounds like a person in a horror film who isn't dumb enough to walk into the basement but is too tired to do something smart either. "Ask somebody else." "Everybody else keeps walking," it says, and laughs a small laugh that has no joy in it, just a shape it learned. "You're new." I pass a skitter of broken glass on a tread. I pass a penny flattened on the rail like someone saved it with a thumb. My light hits a sticker that says, "Missing," and a face and a number and a date that looks older than the paper. Someone wrote under it, "Not missing." I shove that aside. The street at the top wears a light that makes everything look like cardboard sets lit by a bad lamp. I can see the pharmacy sign from here, the blue and white RX. My heart sees the sign and tries to go out alone. I step fast up the last 4 steps. At the top, the air is different. It holds car exhaust and dryer vents and hot bread from a place 3 blocks away. I stand with my hand on the exit gate. It's one of those that makes you do a little lift to stop it screaming. I am breathing like I ran. I am thinking like I have to light a match or the night will get ideas. "Hey," the voice says from behind my left heel. Too close, too clear, not where a human mouth should be. "Before you go." I don't look down. I do what the sign said, the first one, count. I count from 30 backward while my hands figure out the lift on the squeal gate. I hit 20 and the metal gives. I hit 10 and the air goes colder on my ankles. At 5, my light catches the edge of the gate and flares. At 0, I step through and let the gate fall. The sound it makes is small and hot. The sound says history. The sound says, "You alone, you alone, you alone." I walk fast, but not so fast that the eye of the street what watches fast people will watch me. The pharmacy employee is out front smoking and squinting at something on his phone. He doesn't look up. I think if I got hit by a bus in front of him, he'd take one last drag before he moved. I love him for that. At the corner, a bus opens its mouth and lets a human step in. The bench holds a person with a backpack too big for their spine. The traffic light is a steady cycling between commands that don't care about the body obeying them. The river below the bridge moves and hit the pilings like a hand closed and opened slowly. I don't look back. I don't go into the pharmacy either, because once I go in, the number in there will be the number out here, and I am already carrying too many. I walk home along the bright street, like a person who has always lived in bright streets. I don't look at my phone. It makes a small sound anyway. One buzz, a text. The part of my mind that will kill me someday wonders if it says, "Who?" It says it says. It might say, "I'm 5 minutes away." They always say 5 minutes. I go past people and hear their conversations without wanting them. A couple fights quietly. A man laughs too loud into his phone. A small child says, "No, that one?" And the parent says, "Okay," because sometimes you can give a yes. The world argues itself back toward normal in the way it can, when there are still other humans in it. At my building, the front door sticks like always. I lean my shoulder into the wood and smell the old paint and the memory of 10 dinners. I climb 3 flights. My key knocks something inside the lock like it always does. The hall light at my door hums like it is trying to sing. I go in. I put the bags down. I breathe like I failed a test and passed a different one. Inside, the microwave clock gives me a number. It shows 9:16. I look away. When I look back, it shows 9:18. I wasn't ready, but it didn't ask me. The little hop of it makes me feel like there is a small hole in the bottom of my stomach. I shut the door and put the chain on. I stand with my back against it and feel the door breathe like wood does. I wait to decide who to be. I don't turn on any lights because the dark is already here and it would be rude to make a new kind. Something small moves in the hallway. Not something. Not small. The air. The air enough to make the hall light flicker. Someone sets a foot down outside my door and stops. The way a person stops when they are listening near another door. The old wood tells me. I've lived with this wood. It knows me. I stand still. I count. You can live a long time in 30 numbers. Other people count breaths in labor, or right before they make a speech. I count in a lived-in kitchen with a microwave that corrects itself and a door that learned my go. At 30, the step in the hall moves on. It goes 1 step, then 2, then down the stair where the light hums. The hum changes pitch the way it does under a moving weight and then goes back. I go to the window. I open it a crack. I am that person now, the one who believes air can fix rooms. The river smell does not travel this far. This far up, the air is all laundry and the ghost of other dinners and someone's weed and a thin line of cold. The united sound of the city is thin but hard. It gets under your skin less than the river but doesn't leave as easy. On my table, a pad with a magnet says a list I made yesterday. Milk, soap, buttons. I add a word. Tape. I don't know what I plan to tape. I want tape on the table in case I need to hold something shut fast. That's not logic. Logic doesn't work with what lives under bridges. My phone buzzes with the text I didn't want. Unknown. Here now. The letters look too clean. The dot after now like a joke. I don't answer. The next one, I'm almost there. 5 minutes. My thumb twitches. My better brain wins once. The message sits. The phone screen dims. In the dim, I think I see the round smudge of a fingerprint that is not mine on the glass. It isn't. It's the shadow of my thought. Later. After dishes and a small dinner I can't taste. After I move the plant on the sill so it has nothing to look at but inside. After I turn the radio onto a station that says men should shout over guitars and then turn it off because my nerves are thin as foil. The apartment gets sleepy. I almost get bored of fear. That's dangerous. Then I remember the shopping cart and the blanket and the way the blanket moved like a hand fixing itself and not the wind. I remember the piece of glass and the eyes in it looking a second late. I remember the number and the way the water made the ping sound and took the rhythm away and then gave it back like a test. At 3:11, when the city and I both should be most quiet, the building wakes itself. Somewhere above me, a small door opens and closes that belongs to someone else's kitchen. The refrigerator in my own kitchen makes a starter noise and then goes smooth. The window crack brings a small cold. From far away, maybe the river, a pigeon complains like a bad hinge. From much closer, the stair down to the outside starts to carry the sound of a cart being wheeled by dumb rubber. Not fast, not slow. It rolls a rung. It stops. It rolls a rung. It stops. The sound is the same as it was on the underpass stair. I do not know how that sound found my stair. I know it shouldn't be here. I know it always will be now. I stand in the dark of my place and hold my breath, not because I want to hide, but because I want to hear exactly where this sound lives in my building. It lives on the landing outside the old laundry alcove. It lives under the bulb that goes out every week like it has a rule. It lives 2 floors down and then 1, and then sits right out of view of my peephole on the runner. The runner is a cheap gray strip that holds stains. It holds fears too. Maybe it holds a square of dust with a cart's bent wheel pattern in it. Not everything leaves a mark, but enough does. "Excuse me," a voice says through my door the way voices do when they belong to people who knock and stand back. It does not knock. It does not stand back. It leans into the wood and speaks like wood has ears. "Do you have the time?" I lean into my own wood and lean back until the wood and I agree. This is the shape. I say nothing. My mouth shapes count. 30 in, 30 out. The numbers do a small dance with panic, a parlor trick. The voice waits in a manner that knows how to wait. The cart does not move in the hall. Instead, the strap on my bag on the hook by the door rustles. The hook moves a fraction as if the idea of a draft moved through this space and made everything think about being lighter. "Everybody else keeps walking," the voice says, almost hurt and almost glad. "You were kind. I am neither. I am an animal who found a stair that asked me for a number I will not give. I speak for me. No." The hall is quiet for 3 beats. The building finds its hum again after a micro failure. The elevator cable 3 doors down groans because someone is in it who couldn't sleep. A faucet somewhere drips into a pan someone meant to move and didn't. The voice leaves. It doesn't step. It leaves like air leaving a jar. It goes down and down and down. The card on the stair finds a different rung. It noise disappears into the part of the city where other people put their sleep. In the morning I walk to work by the wider street where the lights win. I do not take the river path. When I cross the bridge at the middle, I look down once. The underpass stair looks small in daylight, a gray metal piece of the big shape that holds the city up. Pigeons sit in a row like men at a bar waiting for whatever, not in any hurry. On the landing I can see the shopping cart. The blanket is gone. The jacket is folded without shape now. A piece of polished metal catches a piece of sun and throws it at me like a promise or a warning. I don't look at it again. 2 days later I go back. That's the stupid part. We all do the stupid part because it is the only way to prove to your body that you did not just move through a story. On purpose, I take the river walk at sundown. The pigeons do their same complain. The underbelly of the bridge ticks where the steel meets air. The stair is a place I know now. The smell is metal and damp and a little like a bar rag. On the pillar, someone has added a line under the others. "Do not tell it what it wants" sits above count to 30. Under those, in a hand so tight the pen cut the fibers, it says, "If you don't want to answer, drop a coin. If it rolls back, go home. If it stays, you can pass." I have in my pocket a few coins because that is what a pocket wants. I take a quarter. I set it on the tread at the place where the landing becomes the first step. It sits. It waits. The air waits too. Then the coin rolls backward of its own and hits the pillar and spins and falls on its face. It dances there. It is showy. It is childish. It is enough. I pocket the coin without looking. I go back down and watch the river invent itself like it does every minute. I go the long way through streets that need repaving and have dogs. I pass a kid with a stick and a grown-up with a shake. I pass a piece of gum on the sidewalk covered in black dots where 1,000 shoes made prints. The number of the day climbs the sky and then falls off it. The underpass stair will wait for me when I make the wrong choice again. The shopping cart will roll a rung. The voice will ask for a number and pretend to be human about it and then try something else. And I will remember the sign and the small coin test and the count. And sometimes, late at night in my apartment, the sound of a cart will find my stair even though it has no right to. And I will breathe and keep the window open a crack and not answer if it asks me what time it is. And I will stand still until the steps move again. And on those nights, when my phone face lights for no reason, I will not look at the number it shows. I will let my own body keep time the old way. One breath, then another, until morning. The skate park at dawn smells like wet concrete and last night's mistakes, rain and spray paint, old beer that soaked into the rough surface and never dried right. I come in when the air is still gray and the lights are more promise than help. My key turns the chain link gate with a sound like small bones. The metal is cold and slick from dew. My gloves stick to it and then let go with a tiny snap. I've been doing maintenance here for 2 years. The city pays me to keep it clean, keep it safe, keep the needles out of the bowl where kids drop in fast and don't look first. I carry a trash bag and a grabber stick and a radio that mostly hisses. The radio connects me to a dispatch I never hear, and a supervisor who drinks coffee in a warm truck and tells me to use common sense. Common sense is a luxury when you're alone with concrete that holds echoes. The skate park is a wound in the ground. The main bowl curves down 12 feet with a smooth transition that skaters call perfect, and I call expensive to fix when someone cracks it. Smaller bowls step down like a stair for giants, rails and ledges and a snake run that looks like someone drew a river with a ruler. In daylight with kids on boards, it's a place. At dawn, it's a mouth that forgot what it wanted to say. I start with the trash, cans that held cheap beer and cheaper soda, bottle caps that catch in the small gaps between sections, cigarette butts that smell like wet ash when the dew gets to them, a plastic bag tangled on the fence that snaps in the small wind. Someone left a single skate shoe on the coping of the deep end. Size 9, black, with a hole worn through the toe. I pick it up and it's cold and damp and has weight like it still remembers a foot. The grabber stick clicks when I work. It echoes in the bowl and comes back as a smaller sound, like the concrete is talking to itself. I throw the cans into the bag and the bag makes its own music. Cheap aluminum sings different than glass. Glass breaks into a song. Aluminum just complains. From the fence line, someone watches. I don't see them right away. I see the shape. A kid in a hoodie, hands in pockets, standing where the fence makes a corner and the shadow pools. The hoodie is the kind you buy at a chain store, dark blue or black with a logo I can't make out from here. The person inside it is still in the way people are still when they don't want to be noticed, but they want me to see them. There's a difference. I pick up a bottle cap that has a dent like a thumbprint and toss it in the bag. When I look up again, the hooded figure hasn't moved. The head is turned toward me, but the face is a shadow inside the hood. The hands stay in the pockets. No board in sight. No gear. Just a person standing like a person who forgot why they came. "Hey!" I call, because my voice needs to touch something and the concrete is tired of hearing it. We're closed until 8. The figure doesn't answer. Doesn't wave. Doesn't leave. It shifts weight from one foot to the other like it's thinking about a choice and can't decide. Then it moves along the fence toward the gate. Not fast, not slow. The way you move when you've been watching, and now you want to see something else. I keep working because work is what I do. I move to the snake run and pull a plastic bottle out of the curve where it wedged itself. The bottle held something sweet once and still smells like fake fruit. A wasp explores the neck of it and then gives up and flies into the gray sky like it has an appointment elsewhere. I bag the bottle and the wasp smell stays on my gloves. The gate rattles. I turn and the hooded figure is inside now, next to the gate, hands still in pockets. The chain hangs open. I locked it behind me. I always lock it because that's the rule, and because I don't like the idea of something following me in while my back is turned. The lock sits open on the chain like a mouth. The key is in my pocket. "Park's closed," I say again, and this time my voice has more shape to it. 8 a.m. The figure takes 3 steps down the path toward the main bowl. The shoes are sneakers, worn at the edges. The walk is the walk of someone young but not a child. Not a man, but not a man either. The hood stays up. The hands stay pocketed. It stops at the edge of the bowl and looks down into it like it's looking into water. You skate? I ask, because that's the normal question. The one that makes this a regular morning with a regular kid who wants to ride before school. The head turns toward me, but the face stays hidden. Which mornings you work alone? It asks. The voice comes from under the hood like it was written down first, and then read out loud by someone who learned English from listening to other people say it wrong. My grabber stick stops clicking. My hand tightens on the handle until the plastic bites my palm through the glove. The question is the wrong shape. It doesn't ask what time I open or how long until the park is live. It asks when I am most alone. It asks for my schedule like it's going to make a plan. I work when I work, I say, because I don't want to give it a calendar. Varies. The hooded figure nods once like this was the answer it expected. It moves to the coping of the main bowl and sits on the edge with its legs hanging down. It doesn't drop in. It doesn't have a board. It just sits and looks into the deep end like it's reading something written on the curved wall. I keep moving because moving is what keeps the morning normal. I pull a paper cup out of the street course and shake the old rainwater out of it. The water smells like dirt and cigarettes and something else, something organic that went bad in a place where no one watches. I bag the cup and the smell follows me. Been working here long? The figure asks. It doesn't look at me when it speaks. It keeps its eyes on the bowl like it's watching a movie only it can see. Long enough, I say. I don't want to give it numbers. Numbers are handles. They let you grab onto a thing and know it better than it knows itself. The figure nods again. Every morning? Sometimes. The lie comes easy. I do work every morning, 5 days a week, same time. The schedule is on the city website. Anyone can look it up. But I won't make it easier than it already is. A pigeon lands on the rim of the shallow bowl and pecks at something that might be bread or might be concrete. It makes that soft sound pigeons make when they're alone. Like they're humming a song they heard once and liked but can't remember all the words to. The hooded figure turns its head toward the bird, and the bird stops humming and flies away in a straight line like someone threw it. I move to the rail section and pick up a beer can that's been crushed flat. Someone used it for an ashtray after they emptied it. The smell of old tobacco and aluminum is sharp and mean. It gets in my nose and stays there. I bag it and wipe my grabber stick on the side of the bag because sometimes you have to clean the tool that cleans other things. You ever see anything weird here? The figure asks. The question sits in the air between us like smoke. I look at it sitting on the coping with its legs in the bowl and its face hidden and its hands doing nothing in its pockets, and I think, yes, right now. But that's not what it means. Like what? I ask, because my mouth is smarter than my brain sometimes. Like people who come at night. People who don't skate. The concrete under my feet feels colder. My breath makes a small cloud that hangs and then dissolves. The grabber stick in my hand suddenly feels like it's made of something too light, like it might break if I need it to be more than a tool for picking up trash. I don't work nights, I say. But you come back sometimes, it says. It's not a question now. To check, to make sure. I do. I don't want to, but I do. Sometimes I drive by on my way home from buying milk or returning a video. Sometimes I park and walk the fence just to see if the gate is still locked, if the bowls are still empty. Sometimes the concrete is still warm even though the sun went down hours ago. Sometimes there are footprints in the dust that weren't there when I left. Sometimes the gate is locked but the chain is backwards as if someone locked it from the inside. I work days, I say again. The figure reaches into its pocket and pulls out something small and dark. A phone, maybe. Or a recorder. It holds it up and points it toward me like it's taking a picture or maybe something else. I can't see the screen. The hood keeps most of its face in shadow. But I see the pale edge of a chin. The suggestion of a mouth. The mouth doesn't move, but the phone makes a small sound, like a digital shutter or like a thing powering on. Smile, it says. I don't smile. I step back and my heel hits an empty spray can that rattles and rolls into the bowl. The sound echoes and multiplies until it sounds like someone pouring coins into a metal drum. The figure lowers the phone and puts it back in its pocket. It swings its legs like a kid on a dock, except the bowl isn't water and this isn't summer and the air is wrong in a way that makes my skin try to crawl closer to my bones. You got a phone? It asks. Yeah, I say, because everyone has a phone and lying about it would be stupid. You should take a picture of me, it says, so you remember. I look at it sitting there with its hood up and its face gone and its hands back in its pockets. I think about the phone in my back pocket. I think about the digital shutter sound it would make. I think about looking at the screen afterwards and seeing what the camera saw. I don't want to remember, I say. It laughs. The sound comes from under the hood like water going down a drain. It's not mean and it's not kind. It's just a sound that learned to pretend it's a laugh. You will anyway, it says. A car drives by on the street that runs parallel to the park. The engine is loud and needs work, and the muffler drags on the asphalt sometimes and throws sparks. Normal morning sound. The kind that reminds you there are other people in the world doing regular things like going to work or taking kids to school or buying coffee that costs too much. The car passes and the sound fades and we're alone again with the concrete and the echoes. I pick up a bottle cap and toss it in the bag. Then another one. The bag is getting heavy, full of the small garbage that people leave when they're done being people in a place. The weight of it feels good in my hand. It feels like proof that I came here to do a job, and I'm doing it. What's your name? The figure asks. I don't give my name to strangers, I say. We're not strangers, it says. You see me every morning. I stop moving. I look at it again. Harder this time. Trying to see through the shadow of the hood to the face underneath. Have I seen it before? Is it one of the regulars who comes early, before the crowd, to practice tricks without an audience? Is it someone who lives in the neighborhood and walks by on the way to catch a bus? I can't tell. The hood is good at keeping secrets. The face inside it might be young or might be old. Might be someone I've nodded to before or might be someone I've never seen. The voice gives no hints. It could belong to a boy or a girl or someone who decided to be neither. I don't remember you, I say. That's okay, it says. I remember you. The pigeon comes back, or a different pigeon that looks the same. It lands on the rail section and eyes a paper wrapper that might have held a candy bar once upon a time. The wrapper is faded and torn and has been rained on enough times that the colors ran together into a muddy nothing. The pigeon pecks at it once and decides it's not worth the effort. I grab the wrapper with my stick and bag it. The pigeon watches me like I stole something that belonged to it. Then it flies to the fence and sits on the top rail where the chain link curls over like a question mark. You ever think about what happens here when you're not here? The figure asks. The question follows me as I work. I think about it more than I should. The skate park at night is different than the skate park in the morning. It holds different sounds. The concrete cools down and makes small ticking noises as it contracts. The metal rails ping when the temperature changes. Sometimes the automatic sprinklers come on and spray the nearby grass, and some of the water drifts over the fence and makes the concrete wet in patterns that look like footprints. Sometimes I come back and there are real footprints, not just in the dust but worn into the surface itself, as if someone walked the same path over and over until their feet left a permanent record. The prints don't match any shoes I recognize. They're too long and too narrow, and they sink deeper than they should. People probably sneak in, I say, climb the fence, skate without permission. Do they? It asks. I look at the fence. It's 8 feet tall and topped with wire. Climbing it would leave marks on your hands and clothes. It would make noise. It would be difficult and obvious and painful. But people do difficult and obvious and painful things all the time for reasons that make sense to them and no one else. Must, I say, ever find boards left behind? I think about that. I find trash, beer cans, bottle caps, cigarette butts, food wrappers, broken glass, lost gloves, sometimes a wallet or keys someone dropped. But I've never found a skateboard. Not once in 2 years. People don't leave skateboards behind. They cost money. They're personal. They're like leaving a piece of yourself. No, I say. Interesting, it says, and swings its legs faster like it's excited by something I can't see. I move to the deep end of the main bowl. Someone spray painted a new tag on the wall overnight. Fresh paint, still tacky. The letters spell something I can't read, like a word from a language that doesn't want to be understood. The paint is black and has a metallic sheen that shifts when I move my head. I take a picture with my phone because that's what I'm supposed to do with new graffiti. The camera flash lights up the bowl for a split second and the tag looks different in the light. Older, like it was there before and the paint just made it visible again. They always paint the same spot, the figure says. It has moved without me noticing. Now it sits on the opposite edge of the bowl, directly across from me. I didn't hear it walk. I didn't see it stand up. It's just there like it was always there. What spot, I ask. It points at the tag with a hand that comes out of its pocket like a pale fish. The finger is longer than it should be. The nail is clean and sharp and has been chewed to a point. Right there. Every night someone paints over it and every morning it comes back. I look at the tag again. I take another picture from a different angle. This time I notice that the paint underneath is a different black, older, flatter. Under that, another layer. Someone has been painting the same spot over and over, like they're trying to cover something up or make something permanent or both. How do you know? I ask. I watch, it says. The words settle in the air between us like dust. I watch too, but I watch from inside a truck with the windows up, and the doors locked, and the engine running. I watch from the street with the fence between me and whatever might be in the bowls after dark. I watch like a person who wants to see but doesn't want to be seen. From where? I ask. It doesn't answer. Instead, it stands up and walks around the rim of the bowl toward me. Its steps are quiet on the concrete. The soles of its shoes don't seem to grip the way shoes should. It moves like it's walking on water, or like gravity doesn't have the same rules for it that it has for me. When it gets close, I smell something. Not the smell of a person who's been outside all night. Not sweat or cigarettes or the wet concrete smell that gets into everyone's clothes around here. Something else. Something sweet and chemical and wrong, like paint thinner mixed with flowers. You should go, I say. Park opens in an hour. Kids will start showing up. Will they? It asks, and tilts its head like it's listening to something I can't hear. Under the hood, I catch a glimpse of pale skin and the suggestion of features that don't quite line up right. The nose is too narrow. The eyes are set too far apart. The mouth is the right size, but positioned like someone drew it on an inch too high. Yeah, I say, they always do. Every morning? Most mornings. But not today, it says. I start to argue, but then I realize it might be right. It's Tuesday. School started last week. The regular crew might be studying for tests or sleeping in or doing the 100 other things kids do instead of skating when they remember they have responsibilities. The park might stay empty until noon. It might be just me and my trash bag and this thing in a hoodie for hours. My radio crackles. Dispatch trying to reach someone who isn't me. The sound is small and electronic and normal. and it reminds me that I'm connected to a world that makes sense. I pull the radio off my belt and turn up the volume. The static gets louder, but no clearer. No reception down here, the figure says. Concrete blocks signals. It's right. I've noticed that before. In the deep end of the bowl, my phone gets 1 bar if I'm lucky. The radio works better on the street level, but down here it's just expensive noise. I clip it back to my belt anyway because it makes me feel less alone, even if it can't actually help me. You want me to leave? I ask. I want you to understand, it says. Understand what? It reaches into its other pocket and pulls out something wrapped in a paper towel. It unwraps it carefully, like it's handling something fragile. Inside is a tooth. Human, adult, with a root that looks too long and too curved. The enamel is stained brown like it's been soaking in coffee for years. Found this in the deep end yesterday, it says, after you left. I stare at the tooth. It sits in the palm of its hand like a small, dirty pearl. The root has dried blood on it. Fresh blood. The kind that's red instead of brown. The kind that hasn't had time to age. I start, but I don't finish the sentence because I don't know how it ends. There are more, it says. Different kinds, different sizes. It wraps the tooth back up and puts it in its pocket. The movement is careful and reverent, like it's handling something sacred instead of something that should make my stomach turn over and my hands shake. I should call the police, I say. Should you? It asks. I reach for my phone, but my hand stops halfway to my pocket. I think about explaining to a dispatcher that I found someone with a tooth they claim they found in a skate park. I think about the questions they'll ask. I think about the paperwork and the investigation, and how they'll want to know why I was alone with a stranger at dawn, and why I didn't call sooner, and why I touched the trash bag, and the grabber stick without gloves after handling potential evidence. Where did you really find it? I ask. In your trash bag, it says. I look at the bag in my hand. It's heavy with cans and bottles and wrappers and all the small debris that accumulates in a place where people gather and forget to clean up after themselves. I've been carrying it around for 20 minutes. I've been touching it with my bare hands through my gloves. That's impossible, I say. Is it? It asks. It reaches for the bag. Let me show you. I pull the bag away from its reaching hand. The plastic crinkles and something inside shifts and settles with a sound like small bones rattling. I don't want to open it. I don't want to see what's inside mixed in with the normal garbage. I don't want to know what I've been carrying around. Don't, I say. You have to look eventually, it says. It's your job. The words hit me like cold water. It's right. It is my job. I'm supposed to sort recyclables from trash. I'm supposed to check for hazardous materials. I'm supposed to make sure nothing dangerous gets mixed in with the regular garbage. If there are teeth in the bag or bones or anything else that used to be part of a person, I'm supposed to find it and report it and follow the protocols the city gave me in a 3-ring binder I've never read all the way through. I'll do it later, I say. Back at the truck. No, it says. Do it now. I want to see your face when you find them. The grabber stick in my hand feels too light again. The bag feels too heavy. The concrete under my feet feels too smooth, like I might slip and fall into the bowl and never climb back out. The figure watches me from under its hood and waits for me to make a choice I don't want to make. I set the bag on the ground and kneel next to it. My hands shake as I untie the plastic knot at the top. The bag opens like a mouth and breathes out a smell that's not the clean smell of recycling or the sour smell of old beer. It smells like meat that's been left out too long, like copper pennies, like something that used to be alive and isn't anymore. I look inside. At first I see only what I expect to see. Cans, bottles, wrappers, the normal debris of a public space. But underneath, mixed in with the familiar garbage, there are other things. Small white objects that catch the morning light. Round things. Pointed things. Things that look like they grew inside someone's mouth and were removed without permission. I dump the bag on the concrete. The contents spill out in a pile of trash and horror. Dozens of teeth. Different sizes, different shapes. Some with long roots, some broken off at the gum line. Some white and clean. Some stained brown or black. Some that look human and some that don't look like they came from anything I can name. Now, do you understand? The figure asks. I stagger backwards until my shoulders hit the bowl wall. The concrete is cold against my back. My breath comes fast and shallow. The radio on my belt crackles with static that might be voices or might just be electrical interference. What are you? I ask. I'm the maintenance crew, it says. Night shift. It reaches up and pulls back its hood. The face underneath is pale and smooth and wrong in ways that make my eyes water when I try to focus on it. The features shift and blend like they're painted on water.
The mouth opens and shows teeth that are too sharp and too many. Some of the teeth don't match. Some look human. Some look like they came from animals I can't identify. Every night, it says, people come here. People who don't skate. People who bring other people who don't want to be here. People who leave pieces of themselves behind. I close my eyes. When I open them, the figure is closer. Close enough that I can smell the sweet chemical smell stronger now. Close enough that I can see the things moving under its skin like it's full of water instead of blood. I clean up after them, it says. Just like you clean up after the day people. We're not so different. I don't hurt anyone, I say. Neither do I, it says. I just collect what they leave behind. Teeth, hair, fingernails. Sometimes bigger pieces. I keep everything organized. I'm very good at my job. It reaches into its pocket again and pulls out a different tooth. This one is smaller, whiter, newer. It looks like it came from someone young. This one's fresh, it says. From last night, a girl with a skateboard who stayed too late. She tried to climb the fence when she saw me coming, left this behind when she fell. My legs give out. I slide down the bowl wall until I'm sitting on the concrete. The cold seeps through my jeans. The pile of teeth in front of me looks like a tiny graveyard, each one marking someone who came here and left something behind they never meant to lose. What do you want from me? I ask. I want you to understand the schedule, it says. Day shift, night shift. We don't interfere with each other. You clean up bottles and cans. I clean up everything else. We're both just doing our jobs. It kneels down next to the pile of teeth and begins sorting them with its two long fingers, putting the human ones in one group, the animal ones in another, the ones that don't fit any category in a third pile that makes my stomach turn over just looking at it. Sometimes the day people leave things behind too, it says without looking up from its sorting. Phones, wallets, keys, blood on the concrete when they fall hard. I collect those too. I'm very thorough. I never saw you before, I say. You weren't looking, it says. People don't see what they don't expect to see. You expected to see an empty park, so you saw an empty park. But I've been watching you work for months. You're good at your job. Very systematic. Very careful. I respect that. It finishes sorting and wraps each group of teeth in a different colored paper towel. The human teeth go in white. The animal teeth go in brown. The others go in red. It puts all three bundles back in its pockets with the same careful reverence. What happens now? I ask. Now you finish your shift, it says. You throw away the cans and bottles. You lock the gate when you leave. You come back tomorrow morning and do it again, just like always. Well, what about... I gesture at the space where the pile of teeth was. Well, what about what? It asks. I don't see anything. Do you? I look at the concrete. It's clean. The teeth are gone. Even the stain where the bag spilled is gone like it was never there. Like I imagined the whole thing. I don't understand, I say. You don't have to, it says. You just have to do your job. Day shift. I'll handle nights. It stands up and walks away from me toward the gate. Its footsteps make no sound on the concrete. It moves like it's floating just above the surface, like it doesn't need the same physics that govern everyone else. At the gate, it stops and turns back to me. Under the hood, the face has settled into something almost human, almost normal, the kind of face you might forget 5 minutes after seeing it. Same time tomorrow? It asks. I nod because I don't know what else to do. Good, it says. I like consistency. It steps through the gate and disappears. Not into the street, not behind a building. Just disappears like it was never there at all. The gate swings shut behind it, and the chain clinks into place. The lock is closed, even though I never locked it. I sit in the bowl for a long time after that. The sun comes up properly and burns off the gray morning light. Cars start driving by more frequently. A few early skaters show up and eye me sitting in the deep end like I'm a piece of furniture someone forgot to move. Eventually I get up. I finish collecting the normal trash. I bag it and load it in my truck and drive to the city yard where I dump it in the dumpster with all the other normal garbage from all the other normal jobs. I write up my report. Routine maintenance. No incidents. Park secure.
The next morning I come back. The gate is locked with my key. The concrete is clean. There are no unusual stains, no teeth, no evidence that anything abnormal ever happened here. I do my job. I collect cans and bottles and wrappers. I don't look for anything else. But I know it's watching me. From somewhere just out of sight, just beyond the edge of normal vision, the night shift maintenance crew is making sure I do my job right. Making sure I keep to my schedule. Making sure I don't interfere with operations that happen after dark. And every morning when I pick up the trash, I'm very careful not to look too closely at what's in the bag. Some things are better left to the night shift. Some maintenance is better done by someone whose job it is to clean up the pieces that people leave behind when they come to places they shouldn't go and meet things they shouldn't meet. The skate park is clean. The kids are safe during the day. And at night, when the sun goes down and the temperature drops and the concrete starts to tick as it cools, someone else punches in and takes over. Someone else sorts through what the darkness brings and makes sure it doesn't contaminate the day. That's just good management. Division of labor. Everyone has their role to play. Even the teeth have somewhere to go. The beach parking lot in November looks like a mouth with most of its teeth pulled. The asphalt is cracked and bleached, streaked with salt and sand that never gets swept. Yellow lines painted in summer have faded to the color of old butter. Seagulls pick at a wrapper near the storm drain, then give up and wheel away toward the gray water. The air tastes like metal and brine and something that might have been fish once but isn't anymore. I drive in slow, tires crunching over shells and bottle caps and the small debris the ocean throws at the land when it's angry. The waves are bigger today, meaner, the kind that slap the rocks and throw foam 20 feet up the seawall. The wind carries spray and the smell of seaweed that's been sitting too long in the sun. My car rocks a little when a gust hits it sideways. There's only one other vehicle in the lot. A van, dark blue or black, parked nose out in a spot near the beach access. The side door is cracked open about 6 inches, just enough to let air through, just enough for someone inside to see out without being seen. The windows are tinted darker than legal. They show me nothing but my own headlights reflected back like small angry eyes. I pick a spot 3 rows back and 2 spaces over. Not too close. Not so far that it looks like I'm avoiding them. Just a normal distance for a normal person who came to look at the water on a day when the water doesn't want to be looked at. I turn off the engine and the sudden quiet is filled with wind and waves and the small tick of metal cooling. When my engine dies, theirs shuts off too. The timing is too perfect to be coincidence. It's the timing of someone who was listening. Someone who waited for my sound to stop before they stopped their own. The van idles rough when it runs and smooth when it doesn't, and now it doesn't. And the silence between us feels like a conversation neither of us wants to have. The side door starts to slide closed. Not fast, not slow. The speed of someone trying not to make noise, trying not to draw attention, trying to close a door without seeming to close a door. It moves an inch, then stops, then another inch, then stops again, like breathing, like someone inside changing their mind over and over about how much door they need between them and the world. I sit with my hands on the wheel and watch the door slide. My car keys dangle from the ignition and tick against each other in the wind. The heater fan runs down with a slow wheeze like an animal going to sleep. Outside, the air is the color of wet concrete and about as warm. The door closes another 2 inches, and then sticks there, half open, half closed, like a mouth trying to decide whether to speak. I can see a slice of dark interior. No movement, no shape, no proof there's anyone inside. But the feeling of eyes on me is thick as fog, the kind of feeling that raises the hair on your arms and makes your shoulder blades itch. I came here to think. That was the plan. Drive to the empty beach, sit in my car, look at the water, let the sound of waves wash the week out of my head. I do this sometimes when the office feels too small, and the apartment feels smaller, and the city starts to feel like a box someone forgot to punch holes in. The beach in the off-season is nobody's place, which makes it my place, at least for an hour. But now I'm not alone. A seagull lands on the van's windshield, feet spread wide against the glass. It cocks its head and looks through the windshield like it's trying to see inside. Then it takes off again, fast, like it saw something it didn't like. Gulls don't spook easy. They eat garbage and fight over French fries and nest in places that would make a rat think twice. Whatever made that bird leave was worth leaving for. I should start my car and go. I should turn the key and back out and drive to the coffee shop where the barista knows my order, and the worst thing behind the counter is day-old muffins. I should leave this parking lot to whoever owns the van and whatever they're doing inside it with the door half closed and the engine timed to mine. Instead, I roll my window down 2 inches. The sound changes. The waves get louder, closer, like they're climbing up the beach toward the parking lot. The wind carries voices now, or what might be voices if voices could be made of air and salt and the memory of words instead of the words themselves. The van rocks slightly on its springs. Not the wind, too steady for wind. The movement of weight shifting inside. I look at my phone. 2 bars. The beach patrol number is in my favorites, but what would I say? There's a van in the lot and I don't like the way it's parked. There's someone inside and they closed their door when I closed my door. The dispatcher would put me on hold and play elevator music, and after 5 minutes tell me to call back if someone actually committed a crime. The van's driver's side mirror adjusts with a tiny motor whir. Someone inside is moving it, tilting it to get a better angle on my car. The adjustment is small, subtle, the kind you'd only notice if you were watching for it. The kind you'd only make if you were watching someone and wanted to keep watching without getting out or turning around. My throat clicks when I swallow. My hands on the wheel are damp inside my gloves. I tell myself it's condensation from the heater, but the heater's been off for 5 minutes and my hands are still wet. A piece of trash tumbles across the lot, pushed by the wind. A plastic bag, white, torn at the edges, heavy with something inside. It rolls against the van's rear tire and sticks there, flapping like a flag. The something inside shifts and settles with a soft thunk. I don't want to know what makes that sound in a plastic bag on a beach in November. The van's license plate is too far away to read clearly, but I can see it's not from around here. The state shape is wrong. Too long, too narrow. The letters and numbers are dark against a light background, but the light background has a stain across it like someone spilled coffee or something thicker than coffee. The registration sticker in the corner is the wrong color for this year. I should take a picture. That's what people do now when something feels wrong. Document it, post it, let the internet decide if it's worth worrying about. My phone has a decent camera. The van is close enough to get the plate, maybe even see inside if I use the zoom. But my hands don't reach for the phone. Instead, they grip the wheel tighter and my foot finds the brake pedal even though the car isn't moving. There's a rule I learned somewhere, maybe from my mother, maybe from a movie, maybe from the part of my brain that used to live in trees. When something wants you to look closer, that's when you should look away. The side door slides another inch closed, then 2 inches open, then closed again. Like breathing, like a mouth trying to form words it doesn't know. The rhythm is too steady to be accidental, too uneven to be mechanical. It's the rhythm of someone nervous, someone thinking, someone deciding what to do about the problem of me. A car drives by on the road that runs along the shore. It slows as it passes the parking lot entrance, the driver's head turned toward us. Then it speeds up again and disappears around the bend toward town. The brief flash of headlights in my rearview mirror feels like a lifeline cut too short. The van's exhaust pipe ticks as it cools. I hear it even over the wind and waves, a small metal sound like a clock counting down to something I don't want to reach. The ticking gets slower, more spaced out, until it stops altogether and the van settles into stillness that feels like waiting. My phone buzzes. A text, unknown number. Nice car. I look up from the screen. The van hasn't moved. The door is still half open, half closed, but the driver's side mirror has adjusted again, and now I can see a thin reflection in it. Not clear enough to make out features, but human-shaped, person-sized. Someone sitting in the driver's seat looking at that mirror looking at me. I type back, wrong number. The dots appear immediately, then blue Honda, beach lot. Nice car. My chest goes tight. The car is blue. It is a Honda. I am in the beach lot. Someone in the van can see me well enough to know these things, even through tinted glass, even with 30 yards of broken asphalt between us. I don't text back. I put the phone face down on the passenger seat and stare at the van. The door slides closed another inch, then stops. The plastic bag against the rear tire flaps harder now, like it's trying to get free, or like the wind is picking up, or like whatever's inside it is moving. A second seagull lands on the van's roof. It walks along the edge, pecks at something, then takes off fast like the first one. Whatever they're seeing or smelling or sensing, they want no part of it. Gulls are scavengers. They eat dead things. If they won't go near the van, that says something about what's inside it. The phone buzzes again. You alone? This time I turn the phone completely off. The screen goes black and the small comfort of connectivity dies with it. Now it's just me and the van and the sound of waves hitting the rocks and the wind trying to push my car into the next county. The van's side door opens wider. Not much. Just enough to show more of the dark interior. I can see the edge of something inside now. Something pale that might be fabric or plastic or skin. It's hard to tell from here. Hard to focus on through the tinted glass and the November light that makes everything look like it's underwater. I start the car. The engine turns over on the second try and settles into its familiar idle. The heater fan kicks in and blows warm air on my feet. Normal sounds, mechanical sounds, the sounds of a machine that does what it's supposed to do when you ask it to. The van's engine starts too. Again, the timing is perfect. Again, it feels like someone waiting, listening, matching their actions to mine. The van's exhaust coughs a small cloud of white smoke that dissipates in the wind. The driver's side mirror adjusts again, tracking me like an eye. I put the car in reverse and back out of the space. My rear bumper clears the painted line and I shift to drive and point toward the exit. In my rearview mirror, the van is moving too, backing out of its space, following my path across the broken lot toward the road. The exit is a narrow gap between concrete barriers, barely wide enough for one car at a time. I reach it first and pull through onto the main road. Behind me, the van stops at the exit and waits. Its headlights come on, bright in the gray afternoon, bright enough to fill my mirrors with white light. I turn left toward town. The van turns left too. The road runs along the shore for about 2 miles before it curves inland toward the commercial strip. It's narrow, 2 lanes with no shoulder and no places to turn around. The ocean is on the right, rocks and spray and foam. On the left are vacation houses shuttered for winter, driveways chained off, mailboxes empty. No people, no witnesses, no one to see 2 cars driving too close together on a day when most people have better sense than to be near the water. The van stays 3 car lengths back, close enough to keep me in sight, far enough to seem almost normal. Its headlights flicker in my mirror like a strobe, like someone playing with the switch, like a signal I don't know how to read. We pass a sign that says Beach Patrol Seasonal Hours, another that says Dangerous Conditions, Swim at Your Own Risk, a third that someone shot full of holes with a small caliber rifle, Private Property, No Trespassing. The holes make the letters look like they're bleeding rust. My hands are shaking now. I grip the wheel to hide it from myself, but the tremor travels up my arms and into my chest where it sits like a bird trying to get out. I drive the speed limit because driving too fast or too slow would be a tell, would let the van know I know it's following me, would change this from maybe a coincidence into definitely a problem. The road curves left, away from the water, and climbs a small hill toward the main highway. At the top of the hill is a gas station, closed for the season, and a seafood restaurant with a sign that says Reopening April 1. The parking lots are empty, the buildings dark, but they're civilization. They're proof that people exist, that this road leads somewhere besides the sea. I signal right toward the gas station. The van signals right too. I pull into the lot and park near the building, close to the windows, where someone inside could see me if someone were inside. But the building is dark, and the windows are boards, and no one is anywhere to see anything. The van parks at the far end of the lot, near the road, where it could go either direction if it needed to leave fast. We sit there, 2 cars in an empty lot next to a closed gas station on a hill above the ocean. The van's engine is still running. Its exhaust makes small white puffs in the cold air. The driver's side door opens. A man gets out, average height, average build, wearing jeans and a dark jacket and a baseball cap pulled low. Nothing unusual, nothing memorable, nothing you'd pick out of a lineup unless you were looking for someone who worked hard at being nobody special. He closes the driver door and walks around to the side of the van. He slides the side door open all the way. The interior is dark, but I can see shapes inside. Things that might be camping gear or moving supplies or something else entirely. The man reaches inside and pulls out something long and thin. A tool, maybe. A stick. A rod. He holds it at his side and looks across the parking lot at my car. Even from 50 yards away, I can feel him looking. It's not the casual glance of someone sharing a parking lot. It's the focused attention of someone who has plans. Someone who has been thinking about me longer than I've been thinking about him. He raises his free hand and waves. It's a friendly wave. The kind neighbors give each other across the yard. The kind that says, "Hello, nice day, isn't it?" The kind that makes you feel crazy for being afraid because what kind of person is afraid of a wave? I don't wave back. He starts walking across the lot toward me. Not fast. Not slow, just walking like someone who has time, someone who knows where he's going and what he's going to do when he gets there. The thing in his hand swings with his step. It's too long to be a wrench, too thin to be a bat. I can't tell what it is from here, but I know I don't want to find out up close. I start my car and throw it in reverse. The tires spin on the cold asphalt before they catch. I back out fast and swing toward the exit without looking in my mirrors, without checking for traffic, without caring about anything except the distance between me and the man walking across the lot with something in his hand. Behind me, the van's horn honks once. Short, sharp, the sound of someone saying goodbye or see you later, or this isn't over. I reach the road and turn left toward the highway, toward traffic, toward people, toward any place that has witnesses. In my rearview mirror, the man has stopped walking. He stands in the middle of the empty lot and watches me drive away. He's too far away to see clearly now, but I think he's still waving, still being friendly, still playing the part of someone who means no harm on a day when harm is the only thing that makes sense. I drive until I reach the highway. I drive until I'm surrounded by other cars, other people, other lives going about their business on a Tuesday afternoon in November. I drive until the beach is behind me and the van is gone from my mirrors and the only water I can see is rain starting to spot the windshield. At the first traffic light, I turn my phone back on. 17 missed calls, all from the same unknown number. No voicemails, just calls over and over. Someone trying to reach me while I drove away from whatever they wanted to do in that empty parking lot next to the boarded-up buildings and the winter sea. The phone buzzes, a text, the same unknown number. Next time, I delete the message without reading it twice. I delete the whole conversation. I block the number and turn off location services and change my route home to avoid any road that runs along the water. But the feeling stays with me. The feeling of being watched, being followed, being chosen for something I don't understand by someone who knows my car and my phone and maybe other things I haven't figured out yet. At home, I park in the garage and lock the door behind me. I close the blinds and turn on lights in every room. I make coffee. I don't drink and sit at my kitchen table and listen to the normal sounds of evening. Traffic, neighbors, the television next door playing too loud. Safe sounds, human sounds, the sounds of a world where people follow rules and strangers wave because they're friendly, and parking lots are just places to park. But I can't forget the van. I can't forget the door sliding closed by inches, the mirrors adjusting to track me, the perfect timing of engines starting and stopping. I can't forget the man walking across the lot with something in his hand, and the way he waved like we were old friends. And I can't stop checking my phone for new messages from numbers I don't recognize, for calls that come at times when no one should be calling, for signs that whatever started in that beach parking lot isn't finished yet. The ocean is still out there. The van is still out there. The man with the thing in his hand is still out there. Maybe in other parking lots on other gray days, waiting for other people who just want to sit by the water and think. Next time, the message said. Like a promise. Like a threat. Like the end of something that was never really a beginning at all. I leave the lights on all night. I sleep with my phone next to my pillow and my keys in my hand. And in the morning, when I drive to work, I take the long way around. The way that doesn't go past any beaches, any empty lots, any places where a van might be waiting with its side door cracked and its engine ready to start when mine does. But I know I'll go back eventually. Not tomorrow, not next week, but someday, when the office feels too small and the apartment feels smaller and I need to sit somewhere quiet and watch the waves, because that's what people do. We go back to the places that scare us, hoping they won't scare us anymore, hoping we imagine the worst parts, hoping that this time will be different. And maybe it will be different. Maybe the lot will be empty. Maybe the van was never there at all, just a trick of light and shadow and an overactive imagination fed by too many movies and not enough sleep. Or maybe it will be exactly the same. Maybe the van will be there, parked nose out, side door cracked, waiting for me to kill my engine so it can kill its own. Maybe the man will get out and walk across the lot with something in his hand, waving like we're old friends, like he's been thinking about me since the last time, like he has plans. Next time, the words sit in my deleted messages like a stain. Gone, but not forgotten. Erased, but not erased. A promise that hangs in the air like salt spray, like the smell of seaweed, like the sound of waves hitting rocks and throwing foam 20 feet up the seawall. Next time, the cul-de-sac sits at the end of Maple Ridge Drive like a question mark someone forgot to finish. I've delivered to this neighborhood before, but never this deep in. Never to the houses that sit in the curved part, where the street gives up and turns back on itself. The GPS on my phone guides me past identical mailboxes and matching driveways until it says, "You have arrived," in that flat, helpful voice that never sounds convinced. I park under a streetlight that flickers like it has a nervous tick. The bulb goes bright, then dim, then bright again, throwing my shadow in different directions every few seconds. My delivery bag sits warm on the passenger seat, holding someone's dinner, pad thai, spring rolls, and Thai iced tea from the place on Burnside that always takes 20 minutes longer than they promise. The receipt stapled to the bag shows a tip that's too generous for a Tuesday night. $15 on a $30 order. Either someone's feeling generous or someone really wants their food delivered no matter what. The house matches the address on my app, 1247 Maple Ridge Circle. A 2-story colonial with vinyl siding and a front porch that looks like every other front porch on the block. But every other porch is dark. Completely dark. No porch lights. No interior lights bleeding through windows. No blue glow from televisions. The houses sit like closed boxes, like everyone went to bed at 8 or left town without mentioning it to anyone. Except this one. The porch light burns steady and bright. The front windows show the warm yellow glow of living room lamps. A doorbell camera sits next to the front door like a small, watchful eye. Its little red light blinks in a rhythm that seems too fast, too eager. The whole house looks awake and waiting in a neighborhood that's gone to sleep. I grab the delivery bag and step out of my car. The air is colder than it should be for September. It carries the smell of wet leaves, even though the trees are still green. The smell of winter coming too early or summer staying too long. My footsteps on the sidewalk sound too loud in the quiet. Each step echoes off the houses like they're made of metal instead of wood and brick. The mailbox at the end of the driveway says Harrison in neat block letters, the same name that's on my delivery app, M. Harrison. The driveway is longer than it looks, stretching uphill toward the house. Motion sensor lights come on as I walk, one after another, tracking my progress like spotlights following an actor across a stage. But I'm not performing. I'm just delivering food to someone who ordered too much and tipped too well. Halfway up the driveway, I notice the garage. It sits off to the right side of the house, separate from the main structure, connected by a covered walkway. The garage door is closed, but there's a window on the side. A curtain hangs in that window, and as I watch, it moves. Just a flutter. Just enough to show that someone is behind it, looking out. Not toward the front door where I'm supposed to go, but toward me, walking up the driveway with their dinner. That's wrong. If someone is home and waiting for food, they should be near the front door. They should be checking their phone for delivery updates, maybe watching through the front windows. They shouldn't be hiding in the garage, peeking through curtains like they don't want to be seen. I keep walking. My job is to deliver food, not to solve the mysteries of suburban architecture. Maybe M. Harrison was working in the garage when I pulled up. Maybe they're coming around to meet me at the front door. Maybe there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for why they're watching me through a garage window instead of greeting me at the house. The front porch is smaller than it looked from the street. The boards creak under my feet with the sound old wood makes when it's tired of holding weight. The doorbell camera stares at me with its red, blinking eye. I reach for the doorbell button, but before I can press it, the camera speakers crackle to life. "Hello, Jamie," a voice says. I stop with my finger an inch from the button. The voice is pleasant, friendly, the kind of voice that belongs to someone who smiles when they talk, but it knows my name. The delivery app shows customer names, not driver names. The receipt in the bag doesn't have my name on it. There's no reason for M. Harrison to know what to call me. "Hi," I say to the camera. My voice sounds smaller than I want it to. "I have your Thai food delivery." "Of course you do," the voice says. "Right on time. I've been watching for you." The camera's red light blinks faster now, like it's excited. Like it's recording everything and can't wait to play it back. I hold up the delivery bag so the lens can see it, proof that I'm here for normal reasons, that I'm just doing my job. "That'll be $32.50, I say, even though the app already charged the card on file. It's something to say, words to fill the space between the camera and my face. "Already taken care of," the voice says, "plus tip. You should check your app." I pull out my phone and open the delivery app. The order shows as paid, complete, with a tip that's grown since I left the restaurant. Not $15 now, but $25. Someone added $10 while I was driving here, while I was walking up the driveway, while I was standing on their porch talking to their camera. "Thank you," I say. "That's very generous." "You do good work, Jamie," the voice says. "Consistent, reliable, always on time, always polite. I appreciate that kind of dedication." The words sit wrong in my mouth. I've delivered to hundreds of customers, but I don't remember any of them remembering me. We're supposed to be invisible, just hands that carry food from restaurants to doors. Anonymous, forgettable, the kind of people you rate 5 stars and never think about again. "Where would you like me to leave the food?" I ask. "Just set it down by the door," the voice says. "I'll be right out." I set the bag down on the porch mat. The mat says, "Welcome" in cheerful letters, but the fabric is faded and frayed at the edges like it's been saying welcome for too many years to too many people. I step back from the door and wait. The front windows are bright with warm light, but I can't see through them. The glass reflects the porch light back at me, turning the windows into mirrors that show my own face looking confused and small. Behind the reflection, there might be furniture, might be a person, might be nothing at all. The light could be coming from empty rooms, turned on by timers, designed to make the house look occupied when it's not. "Have a great evening," I say to the camera, because that's what I'm supposed to say, because the transaction is complete and I can leave now. "Wait," the voice says. I stop at the edge of the porch. My car sits at the bottom of the driveway, warm and familiar and ready to take me to the next delivery. But the voice said, "Wait," and customer service means doing what the customer asks, within reason. "Yes," I say. "How many deliveries do you have left tonight?" The question makes my skin prickle. It's too personal, too specific. It's the kind of question that wants to know how long I'll be working, how late I'll be out, how many more stops I have to make before I go home. "Just a couple more," I say, lying, because the truth is none of your business. "Same area?" "Different neighborhoods," I say, lying again. My next delivery is 10 minutes away, to an apartment complex I know well. The one after that is across town, to a house where the customer always meets me at the curb and tips in cash. Normal deliveries to normal people who don't know my name. "Be careful out there," the voice says. "Lots of strange things happening lately. People ordering food to empty houses, drivers going to addresses that don't exist, customers who aren't customers at all." The camera's red light blinks steady now, like a heartbeat, like it's listening to my breathing, measuring the spaces between words. I want to ask what the voice means about drivers and empty houses, but I also want to leave, and leaving wins. "I'll be fine," I say. "Thanks for the tip." I turn away from the door and walk back down the driveway. The motion sensor lights follow me again, clicking on and off in sequence like they're counting my steps. At the bottom of the driveway, I look back at the house. The porch light is still on. The windows still glow. But the doorbell camera's red light has gone dark. In the garage window, the curtain moves again. I get in my car and start the engine. The heater blows cold air that slowly warms as the engine warms. Normal sounds, normal sensations. The radio plays a song I recognize, something cheerful and forgettable. The delivery app chimes with a notification. Order complete. Rate your experience. I back out of the driveway and head toward the cul-de-sac exit. In my rearview mirror, the house grows smaller but no less bright. It sits in its pool of light like a stage set, like something designed to be looked at rather than lived in. At the mouth of the cul-de-sac, where Maple Ridge Circle connects to Maple Ridge Drive, I stop the car. Something bothers me about the delivery. Something beyond the camera knowing my name and the curtain in the garage, and the too generous tip that grew while I wasn't watching. I pull out my phone and open the delivery app. M. Harrison's order is there, marked complete, 5 stars automatically assigned. But when I tap on the customer details, something is wrong. The address shows as 12th and 47 Maple Ridge Circle, but the map pin sits in the middle of the street, not on the house. When I zoom in, the pin floats between houses, in the space where no house should be. I switch to the GPS app and type in the address. The map loads, shows the street, shows the houses, but 1247 Maple Ridge Circle doesn't exist. The numbers go 1243, 1245, 1249. There's no 1247. The house I just delivered to, the house with the bright lights and the watching camera, sits where an address should be, but isn't. My phone buzzes with a text message. Unknown number. Thanks for the food, Jamie. Same time tomorrow? I stare at the message. I never gave M. Harrison my phone number. The delivery app doesn't share driver contact information with customers. The only way to reach a driver is through the app's messaging system, and those messages don't come from phone numbers. They come from the app itself. Another message appears. 1247 Maple Ridge Circle, 7:30 p.m., Thai food. Extra spring rolls this time. I haven't accepted any delivery for tomorrow. I don't work Wednesdays. The restaurant isn't even open at 7:30 p.m. on Wednesdays. But the message sits on my phone like an appointment I made and forgot about. I type back, wrong number. The response comes immediately. I don't think so, Jamie. See you tomorrow. I delete the conversation and block the number. Then I sit in my car at the mouth of the cul-de-sac and think about addresses that don't exist, and cameras that know names they shouldn't know, and customers who aren't customers at all. Behind me, in the house that shouldn't be there, the porch light flickers once and goes steady again. In the garage window, something that might be a face or might be a shadow watches my car. The curtain doesn't move anymore. It doesn't need to. Whatever is behind it can see me fine without moving, can watch me sit in my car and text unknown numbers, and try to make sense of a delivery that makes no sense at all. I drive away because staying is worse than leaving, even if leaving feels like giving up, like failing a test I didn't know I was taking. The houses on Maple Ridge Drive are dark as I pass them, their windows empty and black. Normal suburban darkness. The kind that says people are asleep or watching television or living quiet lives behind closed doors. But at the end of the street, where the road curves back toward the main drag, I look in my rear-view mirror one more time. The cul-de-sac sits in the distance like a bright coin, and in the center of that brightness, a house glows with warm light and watchful cameras. My next delivery is to an apartment complex called Sunrise Gardens. The customer is named Dave, and he ordered a burger and fries and a milkshake. Normal food, normal name, normal address that exists on maps and in the real world. Dave meets me in the parking lot and takes his food and says, "Thank you," and tips $3 in cash. He doesn't know my name. He doesn't ask about my other deliveries. He doesn't text me from unknown numbers. But as I drive away from Sunrise Gardens, my phone buzzes with a notification from the delivery app. New order available. Thai food. Pickup time. Now. Delivery address, 1247 Maple Ridge Circle. I decline the order. Someone else can deliver to the house that shouldn't exist. Someone else can talk to the camera that knows too much. Someone else can figure out what M. Harrison wants and why they want it from me specifically. The order notification disappears, then reappears. Same restaurant, same address, same pickup time. I decline it again. It reappears again, this time with a note in the special instructions. Request Jamie as driver. Will tip well. I decline it a third time and turn off the app. Let some other driver deal with him. Harrison and their non-existent address and their too generous tips. Let someone else stand on that porch and listen to that voice and wonder why the garage curtain moves when no one should be in the garage. I drive home through streets that make sense, past houses with addresses that exist, under streetlights that don't flicker with nervous energy. My apartment is on the third floor of a building that was built in 1987 and has a mailbox with my name on it, and neighbors who play music too loud and a door that locks with a key I can hold in my hand. Inside, I make coffee. I don't drink and sit at my kitchen table and think about cul-de-sacs that end in questions and cameras that blink too fast and voices that know things they shouldn't know. I think about the other drivers the voice mentioned, the ones who went to addresses that don't exist, and I wonder if they figured it out faster than I did or if they kept going back, kept delivering to houses that aren't there until something happened that made them stop. At midnight, my phone buzzes with a text. Same unknown number I blocked earlier. Missing you already, Jamie. Can't wait for tomorrow. I block the number again, but 5 minutes later, another text comes from a different number. Sweet dreams. See you at 7:30. I turn the phone off completely and unplug it from the charger. But even in the dark, even in the silence, I can feel the red eye of a doorbell camera watching me through my own windows. I can hear a voice saying my name with the tone of someone who knows me better than I know myself. And somewhere in my dreams, I'm walking up a long driveway toward a house that glows with warm light, carrying food for someone named M. Harrison, who tips too well and watches from garage windows and makes orders to addresses that don't exist. In the dream, I knock on the door instead of waiting for the voice. In the dream, the door opens and someone looks back at me with eyes that blink like a camera's red light. In the dream, I see who Monsieur Harrison really is, and I understand why the garage curtain moves and why the voice knows my name and why some customers aren't customers at all. But when I wake up, all I remember is the sound of that voice saying, "Same time tomorrow?" and the feeling that somewhere in a cul-de-sac that shouldn't exist, a porch light is burning steady and bright, waiting for me to come back. I don't work Wednesdays. I never work Wednesdays. But at 7:25 p.m. I find myself driving toward Maple Ridge Drive with a bag of Thai food on my passenger seat and an order in my app that I don't remember accepting. The customer name is M. Harrison. The address is 1247 Maple Ridge Circle. The tip is $30. I try to remember deciding to take this order, but the memory isn't there. I remember going to work. Remember my manager assigning me Wednesday shifts because we're short-staffed. Remember the restaurant calling my name when the food was ready. But I don't remember the moment when I chose to drive back to the house that shouldn't exist. The cul-de-sac looks the same as it did the night before. Dark houses, flickering streetlights, and one bright beacon at the end of the circle. The porch light welcomes me back. The doorbell camera's red eye blinks hello. I park in the same spot and walk up the same driveway. The motion sensors track my progress like they remember me. The garage window curtain shifts as I pass, a small greeting from someone who's been waiting. On the porch, I hold up the delivery bag and wait for the voice to say my name. But this time, the front door opens before the camera can speak. Monsieur Harrison stands in the doorway, and for the first time I understand why the garage curtain moves, and why the camera knows my name, and why some addresses don't exist on any map, but GPS systems find them anyway. The Harrison is me. Not exactly me, but close enough. The same height, the same build, the same delivery bag, the same tired expression of someone who's been driving around the city all night bringing food to people who never say thank you. But the eyes are wrong, too bright, too eager. The smile is too wide. The voice, when it speaks, is my voice played back through speakers that can't quite capture the human frequencies. Right on time, Jamie, Monsieur Harrison says. I've been waiting for you. Behind M. Harrison, the house stretches back into darkness that doesn't match the warm light I saw through the windows. The living room is empty except for a single chair facing the front door. The chair has been waiting for someone to sit in it, someone to watch the door, someone to wait for drivers who deliver to addresses that shouldn't exist. I brought your food, I say, because it's the only thing I can think to say, because my job is to deliver food, and my job is all I have left to hold on to. I know, Monsieur Harrison says, it's exactly what I ordered. It's exactly what I always order. Same restaurant, same items, same driver. Very consistent, very reliable. Monsieur Harrison takes the bag from my hands. Our fingers touch for a moment, and I feel something like static electricity, like the charge you get from walking across carpet in dry weather. But deeper, colder, like touching the screen of a television that's been left on too long. Will that be all? I ask. For tonight, Monsieur Harrison says. But I'll need you to come back tomorrow. Same time, same order. I'm going to need you to keep coming back until we figure out which one of us is real. The porch light flickers and goes out. The doorbell camera's red eye blinks once and goes dark. In the sudden darkness, I can't tell if M. Harrison is still standing in the doorway, or if the door is closed, or if there's a door at all. I walk back to my car in darkness that shouldn't be possible with streetlights and motion sensors and all the small lights that make suburbia navigable at night. But the darkness follows me like it has weight, like it wants something from me. Like it's been waiting in the garage window and behind the door and in the chair that faces the front door of a house that doesn't exist. At the bottom of the driveway, I look back. The house is dark now, all the lights out, all the windows black. But in the garage window, a figure stands silhouetted against a light I can't see. The figure waves at me with my own hand, says goodbye with my own voice. I get in my car and drive away from the cul-de-sac, away from Maple Ridge Circle, away from the address that GPS can find but maps don't recognize. But I know I'll be back tomorrow night with Thai food and spring rolls and the growing certainty that every delivery I make is taking me further away from the person I used to be and closer to the person who's been waiting for me in a house full of empty rooms and watching cameras. Same time tomorrow, Monsieur Harrison said. Same time, same order, same driver. Until we figure out which one of us is real.